together to try to bring in these ideas of sustainability and justice and equality and care into everything that we teach in teacher education. So it's great to be here today. Um, uh, I, I'm going to, I suppose, start today by introducing you to our new strategic plan, and introducing you a little bit to the agenda for today, because the two are absolutely inextricably linked. Our day today is entitled Building a Community of Educators for Global Citizenship, and that is the title of our strategic plan, and that is the title of our day. So, as I start to go down through a few slides and I suppose give you a little bit of the story, I hope you see that the two are tying in together. So, um, building on the idea of this being a community of educators, I suppose I want to acknowledge everybody that's here today. So we have a number of the stalwart members of the Ubuntu network that have been here through years, through thick and thin, promoting this kind of education. But we're also welcoming some new members here today that haven't been here in a face-to-face manner. So I just want to call them out and just welcome them in particular. Now, of course, with the whole setup of our hybrid model, we have Shane and Seamus in the corner, and we are live streaming on YouTube, which is phenomenal in terms of what my kids think that we're actually live on YouTube. I am now a YouTuber, so shout out to them. So we're doing things a little bit differently just to facilitate our friends at home, our colleagues at home. This is why we have the mic. So Shane and Seamus are saying if we speak to the mic, the people at home will hear us. And so that's a little bit different. And we also have Alan here today. Alan is a photographer here to just take some pictures. So you'll see the new Ubuntu logo. You'll see the kind of new brand. Oh, I hate using the word brand, because when we mentioned brand at the last dialogue day, that we needed to kind of enhance our brand, Padder near didn't come right after it. The fact that we were going down this kind of managerial capitalist branding, kind of line, but we won't use the word brand. We might just say it's a different presentation of ourselves. So Alan is here to take a few photographs. We're developing a new website at the moment. I suppose one of the big things we found when we looked at what we were doing was the idea that we need to communicate better all of the great stuff that we do, and that is why we're developing a new website. It's nothing to do with brand. So just if you have any issue with photographs, or you don't want your photograph taken, maybe just let Alan know. What we will do with the photographs is I'll circulate them to the entire group before they're used for anything else. If there's anyone in there that we didn't get your right side, feel free to let us know, and we will take that right back out again. So that's just a bit of housekeeping. In terms of if it gets too hot and we need to evacuate, we'll go back up the stairs. There is a fire door straight through the inside room there that we can use as well. So hopefully we won't go alight, but just in case we do. Okay, so the last 2 years have been interesting for many reasons. We've had many challenges in the last 2 years. I don't need to mention them. But the last 2 years have also brought global citizenship education quite to the fore in teacher education, which has been so welcome. So with the launch of the CAME standards in 2020, we kind of felt it was like Christmas. This was what we had been wishing for and pushing for so much. But at our dialogue days and our assembly days we've had, you did remind us, no, that is far from a fait accompli. We now have to build upon this great opportunity, and we have to ensure that the GCE that goes into our pro formas that you're also beautifully working upon to get into the teaching council, we need to make sure it's authentic, it's genuine, it really engages students in what it is that we want to do. So we have big challenges afoot, and we hope that this strategy will help to tackle some of those challenges. And we had an interesting journey over the last 2 years in trying to figure out what we were going to put in this strategy. And I suppose coincidentally, and I suppose a great opportunity, is that Irish Aid came to us and mooted the idea of becoming a strategic partner about 18 months ago. And we had conversations and we kind of said, gosh, we don't know if this is a way we want to go, because it does tie us somewhat. It does mean we are following an agenda other than our own to some extent. And Martin Fitzgerald, who's not here today, who sends his regrets and his apologies, says, whenever you change something, you lose something. And we very much talked about the spirit of the network and the goodwill of people in the network. And we said we need to be careful if we're entering into a strategic partnership that we don't lose some of that as well. So Irish Aid did approach us. We decided it was a good idea to go for it. And so in tandem with developing the strategic plan, we developed a strategic partnership application to Irish Aid, which has gone in. It has gone over and back a few times. All of the soundings from Irish Aid are very positive, and we would hope that we will have a strategic partnership in place by the end of July, in time for the new year. So that, what does that bring us? It brings us greater visibility. It brings us, I suppose, an acknowledgement of the work that we do. And I suppose also it gives us more security of funding as well. But it probably gives us a bigger audience, a bigger sort of profile on the global citizenship education stage. So that's a very positive thing. Um, I suppose one of the things I want to instigate, or I want to communicate today, is the importance of the community. So, and I said there are new members here today. So Zarin is here from Maynooth University. So Zarin is here in the front beside Angela. Angela was on sabbatical last year, and Zarin has stepped in to lead the Global Citizenship Education Project. So you're very welcome. Shawneen from UCC, you might remember Gertrude. Gertrude has moved on to wonderful things. So Shawneen is, I think Gertrude is stepping into Gertrude's place. And Shawneen is heading off to Italy shortly, supported by the Ubuntu network, to do a GCE summer school and bring back great knowledge and wisdom to us. We also have, shout out to Patricia, who's Patricia from Hibernia College. So Patricia came on board a year or two ago. So this is your first face-to-face as well. So you're very welcome. And Nikki, UL. So Nikki is a lecturer in technology education in UL. So Nikki has come on board in the last year or two as well to work on projects. So, and Marie isn't here. Patricia, is she? She's not. She's not. Okay, that's perfect. We have our NGOs here today. I'm not sure if Peter is here yet from Fair Trade, but he'll be here later on. Conley is here from the African Culture Project. So you're very welcome, Conley. And Stephen Farley will join us in a while from Troker. He's on the IDEA AGM meeting this morning. And very, very importantly, we have, as I would say, one of the real products of of our efforts. Brian Dowling is here from NUIG today. Brian is a new graduate of the PME. So Brenda, thank you for bringing Brian along. So a real life teacher about to go out into the classroom that we hopefully influenced and shaped, Brenda, in our work. So look, that's the community that we live in. That's the community we work in. And that's what we're driving as we go forward. As part of the strategic plan workings, we had to do an awful lot of thinking around what we stood for. And we said our values are centered around social justice, equality, sustainability, care. And then with a lot of thrashing about, we developed what we call our operating principles. And this underpins everything that we do. And I'm really proud that this is what underpins everything we do. We work as a community of educators. We care about people and planet, and we strive for excellence in education. And that third one there really brings in the idea of enhancing our work through research and contributing to research in our work. This is our strategic plan. It's funny, when we did our getting to know ourselves, we won't call it branding, workshops to come up with a new brand and the logo and all of that, Connor Clark in the Design Factory said, what is the personality of your network? And so what animal are you closest to, and what celebrity are you closest to in terms of personality? So we kind of came out with the idea that we're a little bit quirky, a little bit fun, a little bit supportive, not a little bit supportive, massively supportive. But yeah, we came up with this logo to kind of represent us. I won't say the circles are donuts. We were calling them in-house, behind the scenes. We were calling them donuts for a while. But I think it's sort of a bit of not symmetrical, if that's the right word, and a little bit organic. So that is who we are, and that is what we represent. Okay, so down to the big thing, the four core areas of the work that we are going to do within our strategic plan are there on your screen. They're there in your strategic plan. We're going to continue to support curriculum. We're going to try to work with projects, as we have done, to incorporate GCE into projects within our initial teacher education programs. But we're also going to work towards partnerships. We're going to try to establish partnerships with our schools of education. And what's the difference between a project and a partnership? I'll address that a little bit later on. We think our partnerships are bigger, they're stronger, they're deeper. We're going to continue to try to enhance our own capacity to engage with global citizenship education. That's our second strand. And really excitingly, we're going to put more towards research. We're going to try to get research to be core and central to everything that we do. Not that it wasn't before, but we're going to try to make it explicitly so. And then our outreach, we're going to try to disseminate everything that we have to the different stakeholders. And you'll notice in your strategic plan, there's a big list of stakeholders that are people in education that we need to work with and we need to talk to, and we need to do it bigger and better than we've done before. So in terms of output one, our curriculum, we're going to have a revised model of onward funding. So we're going to be inviting institutions to consider coming into a 3-year partnership with us. That'll be based on, I suppose, good track record and established GCE capacity within your school of education. And we're going to enter into MOUs or partnerships with HEIs in that regard. We'll also maintain our annual projects. And rather than looking for a mass volume of artifacts of learning, we're going to work with you to refine artifacts of learning so that they're exemplars, so that they're really good, strong, resource based, funded exemplars of our work. Within output two, capacity building, we'll have new capacity building events. So we'll have research meets, and we will have, coming from the group again, suggestions of GCE in schools seminars for our teacher educators to see what is happening in schools and how that might translate into our work. We're going to have new capacity building groups. So we have working groups, but we're going to have communities of practice as well that bring people together. And we're going to continue to support our in-house CPD events that happen within our institutions within the projects. It gets a little bit different now. So we're going to have, for research, our third output. We are going to, if we get funding from Irish Aid in our strategic partnership, which is all looking very positive, we're hoping to fund a research lead. So we will have somebody that's responsible for research within the network, and they will conduct a targeted research project that looks at GCE and ITE in line with the CAIM standards, but also in terms of other international developments. So that is a new thing. We're going to, like, one of the feedbacks that came from our group was we would like to support research. We'd like to support research process, research outputs, research publications. And so we're going to have a mentoring and supporting research activity. We're going to mentor and support research activities within the network. We're going to try to provide space for it. We're going to try to provide access to, or at least pointing to, good sources of funding that would be available for research. And we're going to try to bring people together in that regard. We're also going to create a research repository that will point you to good research and that's poignant for the work that we're doing in ITE. Output four, again, one of the things that we said we didn't do terribly well, or we could do much better, is to communicate the work that we do. So we are going to seek to get another staff member that will be a media and communications officer. This person will help you with artifacts of learning. They'll help with dissemination of our work. They'll help with all our visibility, our Twitter, our communications, and engaging with many stakeholders that are on page 28 of your publication. So we're looking there at teacher associations, teacher groups, schools, government departments, international networks, and GCE. There's a big long list there. So it's a mammoth task, but there's so much out there that we can link in with. And we're going to expand our membership. Challenges to the strategic plan raised by yourselves within our groups: maintaining autonomy. If we work towards partnerships with our institutions, will we lose a little bit of autonomy? When we have projects and project leaders, we can keep it very tight. When we go into a bigger school of education with a partnership, maybe we lose autonomy, or maybe we need to ensure that we put steps in place and criteria in place to ensure we don't lose that. Maintaining the goodwill spirit of the network, that's fundamental. And that was one of the big things that came forward when we said, will we enter into a strategic partnership with Irish Aid? Because we work off goodwill, or we have done in the past, we don't want to lose that. That is central and key to what we are. Avoiding GCE becoming tick box. So because GCE is now there in the CAIM standards, the last thing we want is for it to be just ticked off going, yeah, it's covered there, it's grand. That's not what we want. Effective measuring of impact. It's difficult to measure what we do. It's difficult to measure the impact of what we do. So we need to figure ways of doing that. And fostering a culture of research in an already busy, stretched ITE sector is also a challenge, but one that I think we're well up for. Just in terms of creating greater visibility of our work, our website is in production. It will be live hopefully by July. It's looking really, really good. So that's the purpose of the photographs today and the various bits today. So again, hopefully it represents our brand well, our friendly communicative brand. So that's my intro to the strategic plan. We're going to work through the schedule today, looking at different aspects of that. We're going to look at research. We're going to look at the projects to partnerships approach. And we're going to look at outreach, and you all very kindly have offered to sort of lead out with your own thoughts in some of those sections. So I'm now going to pass to Paul. Paul Conway is a founding member of the network, a proud founding member of the network, along with Jerry, who's here today, Roland Tormey, who's abroad, and our dear departed friend Kieran Maher from LIT, who's no longer with us. So Paul is Professor of Education here at the School of Education, and a very much an advocate for GCE. So Paul, I'll hand over to you.
Thanks very much. Thanks for, I think, a really fabulous overview, very thoughtful, engaging, and clear. I think the clarity is the thing that struck me in looking at the strategic plan. There's great clarity. I think a sense of the community that underpins the Ubuntu network came across very strongly to me in listening to your presentation. So, I mean, I'll just need to talk for a few minutes just to mainly welcome you all to the School of Education in the University of Limerick, both those who are here and colleagues who are participating virtually. And I'd imagine going forward, we'll be adopting a similar low-tech version like today to most of our events, where we're trying to engage others more broadly, not just those who are here virtually. And so we've learned a lot in the last 2 years about how to do this work in a hybrid form or in a distance form. So it's great to see Ubuntu, in a sense, mapping out how that's done. I mean, Deirdre was saying that it's a little difficult to organise the hybrid event like this. There are challenges to it, but I think it's really important and to go that extra mile to do that, to allow colleagues. I don't know how many colleagues are participating virtually.
We're not sure, Paul.
We're not sure. Okay. So it could be 5 or it could be 500. Okay, right. 4 for now.
So far, that's great.
Oh, right. Okay, I'll hold. Okay. So a shout out to those 4 colleagues who are holding up the distance side of things for us. So a welcome from the School of Education. GCE, I suppose, has been embedded in the School of Education in the University of Limerick in a whole variety of ways over time. Not everybody maybe is equally engaged with GCE within an individual school, but I think colleagues do recognise the University of Limerick has been a champion of sorts and a leader of sorts in working in the GCSE space, but always, I think, in partnership. I mean, it actually, I think, took the vision. I mean, I know Jerry and I were involved in working, or Maynooth and UCC were involved in working with Roland, but I would probably safely say it's probably Roland and I think Jerry initially, in terms of there was 2 institutions first, then UCC came on board in about 2004 or 5. Jerry would know the exact history of that, but I think there was very much a strong sense of GCE in this School of Education going back for a long time. And I think there's real opportunities now to build on that for ourselves collectively as a community. There's a phrase on page 20 of the strategy which talks about the window of opportunity that's now afforded GCE through CAME. And it's interesting that if you look back at the Teaching Council's work over the last decade, GCE didn't really make the frame 10 years ago. Whereas if you look at the work in Scotland, and a number of you would have made this comment, made this observation, in Scotland they had put sustainability much more to the fore 10 years ago in Scotland in their work in teacher education and accreditation. So it's great to see in the Irish context that's now there in place. I think you used the terms, I wrote it down, was it busy and stretched environment of initial teacher education? I think none of us would disagree with that. So there's all of the different dimensions of CAME for us to grapple with and complete forms on. And fine, we'll go through the review process, hopefully get our accreditation, very important step. And then we're into the implementation phase. And in a sense, that's the challenge, I think. So we've got, if you will, I think 7 core elements. GCE is one of those 7. How does GCE fare in that mix up? I mean, we probably can't neglect any of them, but even to try and do those 7 core elements well is a challenge. How do they get divvied out in our teacher education programs? Which modules take the lead in various areas? Which modules do the support role? What's the overall plan for that? I know in our own thinking on accreditation, in this accreditation cycle too, we've emphasized the integrative dimensions of teacher education in ways that mightn't have been as strong in heretofore. There's always been an integrative dimension to teacher education, but I think there's a real step change in the expectation around the connective tissue in teacher education. And so the question is, where does GCE fit in that landscape? And that's going to work out differently in different institutions. Partly it's got to do with champions, but it can't only be champions, I think. The kind of hero approach to implementation is not a great model. I think we need a much more strategic, distributed model of an implementation where there's real deep buy-in and colleagues can grapple with it in their own modules, but not just in their own modules. And also to have a plan across each of the years, whether it's a 2-year consecutive program or a 4-year concurrent program. It's to have that strategic vision, but also that implementation plan. So I know here in UL, Joanne and Deirdre are resolute champions of GCE. So we'll certainly have to do our very best on GCE, whatever about the other 6 core elements. No, we'll be doing a good job on GCE. But it's interesting, some of you have probably seen the recent report published by, I think, the Centre for Human Rights in DCU, looking at the interface between digital literacy or digital skills and GCE. So I thought that was really interesting. So it's almost like, okay, so this is GCE. Well, how does it speak to one of the other core elements, the digital skills? But how does it speak to the other core elements, not to mind the foundations and professional studies? So I think, through the 4 areas there of strategic areas of operation or strategic areas of capacity building identified, or areas of work identified in the strategic plan, there are very interesting challenges in terms of how we join the dots going forward. Some will champion digital skills and global citizenship education. Others will look at GCE and inclusion. And I think it's a real opportunity, given there's lots of real strengths, I think, in the work the Teaching Council is doing on teacher education. And in a sense, they didn't set the bar low in terms of CAME. They've set the bar high. They've provided with lots of good opportunities. And I think there'll be some nice opportunities for us to think of this strategy and then how it relates to the Teaching Council strategy, and to keep both of those strategies in the conversation. CAME's an important strategic context. GCE in Ubuntu is a really important strategic context. So I think even going forward, I think to really have that strong, vibrant conversation between the 2 strategic visions, as that will, I think, in the longer term, serve us very well. I remember being on various Ubuntu management groups and interim management groups, and over maybe 2009 to 2014 or 15. And I think in that, maybe the second 5-year time period for Ubuntu, it repositioned itself closer to teacher ed. I think in the first 5 years, it was mainly more dev ed in its orientation. But with the way Teaching Council, in a sense, became a much more central part of our lives in teacher education, Ubuntu has repositioned itself slightly, I think, and engaged and been much more pointed in its work in promoting GCE more broadly. In thinking about the session today, there was one other point that struck me. I think I mentioned the issue around teacher education in Scotland and how they've, in a sense, championed sustainability over time. One of the things that strikes me in thinking about teacher education and Ubuntu is that you mentioned teacher education is stretched and busy, but GCE itself is stretched and busy. There's a lot packed into GCE. So, how do we unpack that for ourselves? What does GCE mean to us individually, collectively as an institution, or collectively as a group and as a community? Now, there are probably definitions and working definitions, and maybe Deirdre's reaching for the working definition to remind us of how we've defined it. But that definition, I think, is really important for us. What does it actually mean for us now, and what does it mean for ultimately the graduates, I think, like Brian, of our programs. I was talking with a colleague over the weekend there who will retire next year from teaching secondary school, and we were just doing the numbers. And 6,000 days, right? How many lessons a day? Maybe 6, 7, 8 lessons a day. 6 8, 48. How many? 48,000 lessons, right? So I see on page, not sure what page here, there are a lot of numbers about what Ubuntu has done over the last number of years in terms of engaging people. But it's interesting to think there could be, let's say, 35 to 50,000 lessons taught by Brian over the next 40 years as a teacher. That's a lot of lessons. So the lesson's an important idea in teacher education. How do we think about the lesson for student teachers, for ourselves? Lee Shulman talks about the idea of signature pedagogies. And it's a concept that hasn't, well, it has to some extent, I suppose, gained more traction in teacher education over the last number of years. But I think the lesson, if you will, is a signature pedagogy in teacher education. But then how does that connect with, or how does GCE connect with that signature pedagogy is a really important question. So, I mean, a very interesting project, I think, going forward might be to take maybe some of the insights from lesson study, Japanese lesson study, which recognizes the lesson as a signature pedagogy. And those of you who've been involved in mathematics will notice that Project Maths, and now just the Maths Reform, adopted lesson study as a way to promote a new way of thinking about mathematics in Ireland from about 2009 to 2017 or 2018. So I think there are lots of opportunities. There's a window of opportunity, and then, but I think there's a challenge then to think about what's the pedagogical realization of that window of opportunity in teacher education. Lots of different ways to do that, but I think a focus on the lesson might be one of those because it's so central to the lived experience of being a teacher in higher ed or being a teacher in secondary school. I have a few more notes here, but I think I've covered most of the notes in my brief reflections. And maybe just to finish up, I want to thank all of those who've been involved in this strategic plan. I think it's a really comprehensive piece of work. It's very clear. I really like the visuals and representation of it in the document itself. The operational piece is very clear. It's crisp. It's easy to remember. The 4 areas of work are very clear. There's the background context from looking at the Word version and scanning over this beautifully presented, published, printed version this morning. There's a very, I think, rich context, policy context documented here for the work of GC and the work of the Ubuntu network. I mean, I think we can all learn from getting into the nitty-gritty of that policy context, because I think it's understanding that policy context deeply that we can make the most of the implementation opportunities ahead in relation to GCE. So, I mean, maybe thank you then, in particular, not just to yourselves who've put the strategic plan together, but also maybe if you can single out some people. I mean, thank you to Deirdre Hogan, I know who's been, I think, a fabulous network coordinator, leader, cajoler in chief for GCE, and she does, I think, work very professionally and very thoughtfully and very systematically. And then her academic co-traveller, Dr. Joanna Flaherty, for her academic leadership in the area. And I think, you know, every project needs champions, and I think they've been 2 really powerful champions for GCE locally, but not just locally, of course, within the network. And I know the chair of the Ubuntu Advisory Group, Professor Gary Granville, is not actually able to be here today, but I know he would probably thank Deirdre and Joanne for their work. So on your behalf and on his behalf, I want to thank both of them for all of their work in putting together what I think is a really thoughtful and very clear way forward for Ubuntu for the next number of years. So, Deirdre, over to yourselves.
Thank you, Paul. Thank you, Paul. Thank you, everyone, for that. That's great. I want to reiterate, and I should have done it at the start. Actually, your contribution to the strategic plan too, and what I really, really hope is that you see your comments reflected in it. So you've really fed in really good things. I hope it represents it, and I hope it represents it well. And Paul, you do remind us of the challenge that it's not just GC. That's not the only thing that needs to go into the pro forma. Yes, I hear you. That there are other core elements that need to be represented, and the integrative nature of the program is important. And it's a massive challenge to bring this in a good way in the pedagogies that you mentioned, in a way that makes sense. I know we're slipping a little bit in the schedule, but I would like to pass the mic out to the floor and just to get any comments that you have about the strategic plan before we move on to the next session, which is the 10:30 session. I just want to open it out to the floor, and Seamus has another mic there. If you want to raise your hands, if there's any initial reactions you have that you'd like to communicate on the strategic plan, because it is yours, you did develop it. It is what we're going to be working to. So I'm interested and keen just to give you the floor to make any comments that you'd like to make. So if you want to raise your hand or just beckon, Seamus will pass you the mic. Thanks, Kieran. So the mic is making its way down to Kieran O'Gallagher, now Maynooth University, formerly University of Limerick.
Thanks, I had a big travel today. Is this on? Or? Is this on?
Is that okay, Seamus?
Yeah, it's on. Oh, brilliant. Sorry, I don't know if I was panicking with the silence or you were. I actually want to make a comment on the logo. I didn't understand the donuts until I saw your presentation, and one of them looked like a portal, and I actually really like the idea of that each of those actually being portals or lenses through which to actually view a potential way forward or path forward. I think with threshold studies and certain things like that, that could actually be a really nice image in terms of moving forward or a pathway forward, or even that push for any sort of epistemological conversations around what it means to have GCE and teacher education. So I think this, in terms of the branding, I actually really like it. Once I saw that picture, I understood it.
Thanks, Kieran. Yeah, it's amazing when you delve into the world of branding and representation, and you're working, like today we're working with the technical videographer experts who are kind of coming back against us and saying, you can do this, you can do that. When you go into branding and you look at the design and all of the artistic side of things, and you're being pushed, you can do this, but you can't do that. It's great. I think it really stretched us, Joanne, didn't it, in terms of our own thinking and how things are represented. So thanks, Kieran. It's nice to see it actually come through and be meaningful today. Anybody else want to say anything? Joanne is going to come in there. Just maybe raise your hand if you want to come in after Joanne, if there's anybody else has a comment.
Thank you very much, Deirdre and Paul, for those comments. I suppose I was going to add in one thing. Both Paul and Deirdre have identified that the strategic plan has been composed, and you can see contributions of so many of our consultative events emerging through. But I suppose I'm also putting out a call there. It is a strategic plan to take us to 2027. Thank you. And we also require you to stay with us on that course. So not only have you been involved in developing this, but we also, as a group, as a community, it will be us that will actually deliver on that plan and the vision and goals that we have set forward for ourselves. So it doesn't end here for you. We hope that our journey as a community will continue well into and beyond this strategic plan. So just to also maybe highlight that point as well. Thanks, Deirdre.
That's a good point, Joanne. Thanks a million for putting that through. Anybody else want to come in before we move to the... Oh, yeah, Rachel from UCD there at the back. So thanks, Rachel.
Thank you. I think just to acknowledge the work that Deirdre's put in, I think it has been absolutely massive, and to see such a fabulous presentation in the strategic plan. And I know that I'd be very proud to stay involved, and UCD would be very proud to stay involved. And that being part of Ubuntu has made me think that everything I do in relation to the planning for the PME programme is underpinned by what happens in Ubuntu, because it's not just a project. It's not just a yearly project. It's a way of thinking. It's a philosophy of the way you do business. And I think that, you have given us so much support, and Joanne and the team, have given us so much support. And you really have place as well, not only for CAIM, but for the future. And on the way up in the radio, I heard that tomato sauce may be a thing of the past, because, global warming is affecting that production. So these things, we're living in a very dystopian world, but I think that you have given us so much over the past number of years to set us on a course that we should be able to make massive contributions to the future teachers. So I just want to really thank you for all of that. It's been fantastic. Thanks.
Thanks, Rachel. That's very kind. Thank you. Yeah, it's good. I hope that community sense comes through to everybody, and the sense that we're all in it together, because I think solidarity is an important part of the network as well, and that we're all in it together, and we're all, I suppose, passionate about trying to make a difference in education and make this very real. So I think that concludes the comments from the floor. We're going to move on now to the 10, what I'll call the 10:30 session, and I'm going to invite. What we'll do is we'll invite Nikki and Brenda, Patricia and Steve to come up to these 4 seats, and I'll move away and Paul will move away. That's for the purposes of the cameras and the people at home. The 4 people at home, I hope, are still with us to be able to view this. So as you're making your way to the top, I will just step aside a little bit, and I'll just provide a little bit of context around area number 1, core area number 1. So, like, you've all been involved in projects. You've all been involved in projects over the last number of years, and our projects are all kind of around integrating global citizenship education into teacher ed. Projects vary. Sometimes they're working on electives. Sometimes they're very focused on one module. Sometimes they're kind of cross-curricular approaches, working on many different modules. So they vary massively. Nikki's working in technology, Brenda's in education, Patricia's maths focused, and Steve is our philosopher. Would I say that, Steve? So it comes from all, we come at this we come at this from every angle, and as Paul says, we got to find how this links into teacher education. But one of the big things that we've asked everybody is, how do we move from us just doing a single project in an institution to bringing it to be school-wide? So bringing it school-wide, I suppose, would mean we're engaging our leadership, we're getting our school, our department heads involved, we're getting middle management involved, we're getting potentially even linking across to other SDG-based activities that are happening across campus. I know here in UL, Joanne and I are involved in some sustainability frameworks that will integrate across the entire university. I suppose it's looking at building a culture of global citizenship education, involving more staff. I suppose there are some staff that are very involved in this and very passionate about it. There are more that their area is something different and they're not feeling it for GCE. So how do you bring more people involved into what it is that you do? How do you make it core and central, and notwithstanding, as Paul says, all of the other elements that have to be included as well. So what I've asked of our participants this morning is just to have a reflection yourself in terms of your project. How could it be scaled up? How could it be spanned out? How could we get a better involvement across the School of Education or Department of Education? So we'll see where the conversation goes. Everyone's going to speak for maybe about 5 minutes, and then we're going to open it out to the floor as well. So our task here is to consider, how can we upscale? How can we scale up what it is that we do to integrate better into our schools of education? So I'm not sure if anybody wants to go first or take the lead. Patricia has the mic, Steve is there. Or
I don't mind.
Brenda, okay, Brenda, thanks. Brenda will lead on.
Yeah.
Great, thank you.
I don't mind, because I never know if I'm looking at these things from the right angle. So if you get done first, then you're not panicking when everybody else says wonderful things. I suppose one thing I've always thought about, and I'm still talking about in terms of scaling up in our area and perhaps across the board, is further training and CPD for our staff. And that's something I really think that we still need to do more of. And I'm very interested. I'd be interested in talking to other people in the network about that and finding out what you're all doing, and maybe coming together and putting some sort of a program together that would be rolled out across, maybe taking bits of it, but across our different institutions, particularly for our part-time staff. because I often feel that that's where it's falling down. And Paul was talking about lessons earlier. And if it's okay if we're developing the lessons with them and but if they're not out there, they're not supported when they have their tutors out with them. I think that's a big area we're falling down. And also the methodologies area. It's really important that, and I do the geography methodology with the teacher, but even we need to bring it in more. We need to bring GC in an awful lot more into that. So that's one area. Another area I suppose I'm really interested in is kind of, for a better word, is doing a stock taking. Now that we've been doing the reaccreditation, is looking across our curriculum and finding out where we're doing it very well. Where are we integrating it into our professional studies? Where are we integrating it well into education sciences? And I presume you're all probably working across the same broad sectors and areas. And doing that and finding out where we can bring it in better, and looking at the SDGs, where do they, fall naturally, and where can we pull them a little bit more, and getting our students involved. That's why, Brian, I nearly always bring a student. I was hoping to have more today, but we have had some wonderful students involved with us, and I'm interested in the student voice in all of that, and getting our students, not just me saying, okay, we're doing it here, or a member of staff saying, I'm bringing it in there. I want the students to say, are they doing it, and how are they doing it, and how can they do it better? So I'm really interested in that kind of area, upscaling in that area, and getting the feedback and getting the student voice back in. And we have a global citizenship education, and I would like students to touch base with students across the different institutions here. And I know that's really difficult, because it's really difficult across our programs to even get that happening, but to get students talking to each other, and finding out what's happening with you and what's working, and then feeding that back into the system so that we know what works. Because what I think might be working might not be what Brian can tell me is working, and we do have these conversations, and they're involved in every element, but it's only a small number. So that's my final thing, is how do I get it out to all the students? And that's a big challenge, So yeah, that's kind of my little bit. Can I pass that on to? Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. I just want to, tell the story of the project that I'm involved in, because when I look at the new strategic plan, it's quite great to see, plans in place and so many dimensions of GCE that I don't even know about. So my approach to my project was more, painting the bus while driving. So I'll tell you about it. But now that there's a strategic plan, I know that I can anchor some of my projects into these outputs at least. So my project started with meeting a wonderful woman called Glennie Marubini, and she is from South Africa. She has a center for children with severe to profound disabilities. And while she was studying to be a social auxiliary worker, she used to walk around in townships where children with severe disabilities would stay. And she would see that these children would be kept in houses the whole day without stimulation, without being cared for, because parents might work, or there's social stigmas against these children, or they might just not know how to care for children with disabilities. So seeing this need, she started the Light Center in South Africa, which is now a 24-hour care center. And just her journey from 2013 up until now is very inspirational. And in 2019, they built a stimulation center at the Light Center. So while I was still in South Africa, we were introduced by mutual friends, and I just, this story was so profound, and I thought that, in my area, technology education, there's so much opportunities for not only students to learn about how to design artifacts that could bring about change, that could bring about positive change in the environment, but it can also, if the project is well strategized, it might lead to lasting change. And I think that educational experience between our students and helping, to relieve social injustices like what's happening in society, can really bring about change. So I've been running this project for 2 years. The first year, it was fantastic. I saw agency in students that I've, I've never seen before. Students approaching Irish Aid on their own, trying to find out whether there's funding available. Students trying to arrange fundraising, selling T-shirts for money, or just raising awareness of what is going on in other countries. So that was a great experience, but unfortunately with COVID, a lot of the avenues were curtailed. So I will be running the project again in September. But what has initially happened in a more organic way is we also work with some technology teachers in schools. And a teacher heard about the project and said, is there any chance that they can run the project in their school as a transition year project? They have access to empathy coaches, previous product designers that has won Dyson Awards, which can all support, type of a community approach to, addressing some of these problems, and just raising awareness. Because I think, even though it is a different context, a resource constrained context in South Africa, there might be some similarities to Ireland. I recently read in a newspaper article that children with severe disabilities, I think there's a waiting list of about 4,000 or 40,000 in Ireland as well, with, being not being able to get help that they need. So it's not just what happens in South Africa stays in South Africa. It's a global issue. And I think, one of these projects, I don't know the answers yet. And how do we measure learning in GCE? A lot what I've seen is through the vehicle of empathy. Just engaging with thinking about, and empathy not just about feeling sorry, but actually investigating information to be helpful for a certain context. So empathy is not just about feeling, it's also about knowing what is going on in a different context. So that's something that I'm starting to explore in these projects, to see how can we learn from and do better as a society. Thank you.
Thank you. Morning, everybody. Our project was essentially an awareness week. I was conscious. I'm a new member to Ubuntu, but I was conscious that there had been previous projects that had rolled out, I suppose, before I joined the college, and box ticking, I think, was mentioned earlier, and it's something that I really despise. So I wanted to really create something that would sustain and wouldn't be box ticking. But last year, anyway, I organised an awareness week for the whole college community, which included the administrative staff, faculty, all student cohorts, and our adjunct faculty, which would be academic and school placement tutors. But very much in the back of my head was that this just wouldn't become a week that would then finish and everybody would forget about it. So again, I think, like Rachel, I do my best thinking in the car. I was thinking of the 3 C's, which I think will hopefully sustain this awareness going forward. And I think they're collaboration, conversation, and continuity. So we have started a community of practice, where members select. It operates essentially like a journal club amongst the faculty staff to discuss issues. But global citizenship education was a recent topic for discussion, and it's on our agenda, I suppose, again for July, because there was such a wide interest in the area. So that's really the conversation and the collaboration. I was struck, I suppose, when we had the awareness week. The numbers weren't as high as I had hoped, and that's the challenge, obviously. But I thought of it like a seed. A seed takes time, and it takes patience, and it takes sustained interest. But what did strike me was the number of faculty that came forward. They said, "Oh, in foundation studies, we're integrating global citizenship in, for example, in sociology, in psychology." And the number of students that came forward now, partly thanks to Worldwise schools participating in our awareness week. Students have come forward since, and I suppose in preparation for today, I was speaking to some of them that have actually used the resources and have taught lessons. So I suppose building on what Brenda said, how do we really collect those lessons? And it relates back to what Paul said about the signature pedagogies. The lesson is so important in student teacher education. So again, the challenge of how do we collect those lessons and how do we open up opportunities for the PME students to actually share how they're doing it in a continued manner. So they're just, I suppose, my thoughts. Thank you, Tricia.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. I was thinking about this very briefly as well, as to how I respond to how we sort of move out from our local projects and develop partnerships, let's say, across in faculty and university-wide terms, as well as inter-institutionally. And I suppose, having worked a number of years now on individual projects, and the powerful projects that you describe are what we do, and we do it in a particular space, which is quite restricted. I'm sure you'll point to the PME as quite an intense period of work for somebody beginning to teach. And often our research, Paul and I were involved in research as well, student teachers often see this kind of work as the work of well-experienced teachers doing this kind of work and being comfortable with praxis approaches in the classroom, contestation, debate, world events, things that don't come readily easily to student teachers when they're beginning their careers, and teacher educators when they're trying to share what this means to them as well. When they're caught up in their workspace priorities and the exigencies of being another person in a neoliberal context, right? So all of this is context. It's really important that we set out where we are, and we're in a challenging space. But then there's great opportunity. Years and years of advocacy have brought us to this place where now a core competency has been highlighted. And this is a great achievement, But the work is only to begun as a result of that. And Deirdre and Paul have alluded to that this morning, that's where it begins. And it's about sharing first and foremost. And I think this particular network has got great strength in that. Anyone who's ever experienced it over the years will know that's where it comes from. We often talk about going to the well and going back, and it gives us a kind of renewed sense of identity as well as practice, actually. And it reminds us where we are and where we need to go. So first thing is sharing, and I see the UNESCO definition of GCE is in the strategy. It's a very important one, actually, and it's mentioned. And what are the foundations of this kind of work? What are the core principles of this work? What kind of education does it demand? What kind of educators is it trying to promote? What kind of students with critical literacy of the world and their place in the world is it trying to encourage and prompt? And that's the ground, that's the foundation. You can't go anywhere without the foundation being well built. And so we remind ourselves of that. So I think when we go, and it's great, Deirdre, that the separate together kind of metaphor is produced here, because individual institutions will be in different places. Schools of education will be in different places. Some of it will be quite isolated, marginalized with this kind of work. And it's about bringing that out from that champion, that person, into the wider culture of that particular unit. Other places will have allies across the faculty. We're very lucky that Gertrude, who was in this before, is now rolling out this kind of work across in a university-wide module, GCE, across all different disciplines in the university. There's a Centre for Global Development where regular seminars happen, research events happen, and the education school is being brought to that table to discuss our work. So it's all about going out and talking about it. And I know in a certain way we talk about the branding and the visibility, but it's so important we would be politically naive not to do so. But then to hold on to those foundations, those principles when doing that is so important. So how does one go from that little space? Well, in my context, it's quite individualized, and we need to do an awful lot of sharing with our colleagues in the education school about this work. Just like special education needs was the SENCO's responsibility, and now it's every teacher's responsibility. Just like literacy was the English teacher's responsibility, and now everyone is doing literacy. we hope that global citizenship goes across. But first of all, it needs to be present and it needs to make its mark. And it needs to say, this is the philosophy, these are the guiding principles, this is how we believe education looks, this is why it's important. We're education impacting citizenry, good citizens. And this is how assessment looks. This is how the curriculum looks. Teaching looks a bit different. Seanine is doing a wonderful project this year with transition year project and transition year, where that space is available, I know, but it's different methodologies, learning methodologies like walking tours around the city, town planning, and where one would place certain individuals in our local environment, connecting with global issues, and then moving away from just purely scientific perspectives, which are emerging, I think, really around the green economy. As important as it is, there's also a justice element to climate change. There's climate change and climate justice and climate action in relation to people and their environments. So all of that is sharing what does it mean and how does it look in a classroom environment? What kind of education is happening here? What kind of educator are we hoping to promote? What kind of student are we hoping to help and facilitate? And I think all that work can be shared. And it can be shared firstly with our colleagues in our immediate unit. Then, if it's possible, across the university in faculty terms and in research seminars, but also with centres that are of like mind. And this visibility is really key to all of that. I think, Deirdre, your ambition goes further beyond that because it's interinstitutional. And I love the fact that it's multi-annual, because that work doesn't happen like that. And if the sharing of your individual projects means coming together on around a particular area, and Patricia mentioned there, if it's about putting stuff on the curriculum and only that, it will lose its soul. So it needs to be animated in how that actually gets done. And assessment, by the way, can be so radical and so transformative in that environment. And what does it look like? Okay, what does assessment look like? What does the teaching and learning look like? And they're the education questions that we can't lose sight, because I suppose that's the global citizenship education side of the house, which is trying to be promoted as well. So, okay, that was just some musings.
Thanks, Steve. I'll take that over if you want to pass it over here to me now, just to open it out. So thank you so much. It's lovely to get individual insights as to how the project has kind of led you to think, led you to consider other approaches. And I suppose there's a whole lot of nuggets in there in terms of how we can build what it is that we do and to make it stronger, so that the moving from the individual or the small number to building it outwards to get more people involved, the building upon upon the pro forma, upon the delivery of it, the student voice, Nikki, when you talk about the agency of students, we need that, we really need that in our students. We need them to feel it, and that community engagement that you're talking about as well. And Patricia, you speaking about getting the staff involved. Like I was part of one of the sessions for Hibernia College, and what I came away with that day was like, oh my God. And I said it to Joanne, there are so many people in Hibernia that really are feeling this and we're not getting to them. Do you know? So I suppose it's all of those things that we can build upon and find. And cajole. Paul said I was a cajoler. Completely, I've honed my skills in cajoling. So I think maybe we need to cajole and support those little nuggets that we find and places that we need to kind of expand this. And yes, we will provide the structure. We will provide the multi-annual funding. We will provide, I suppose, one of the things we want to establish out of our 5 years is what did we call it, Joanne? A metric, some kind of a metric that measures integration. Okay, that's very a rough tool, but Irish Aid challenged us to say, we had an old kind of format of if you got this far, you were foundationally integrated and then you were advanced integrated, but it was a little bit rough of a tool. So I suppose there are many different indicators that might suggest that we're more integrated. We have more of a culture partnership approach. So I think we'd like to develop something like that showed what those indicators are and how we were on them. It might be a self-assessment tool that you might be able to look at in your own institution, because Steve, you're very right. Every institution's in a different place, and every institution has different management, and every institution has different drivers and stakeholders, and that sometimes determines what you can do and what you can't do. So, Joanne, do you want to speak anything? We'll open it out to the floor then, perhaps.
No, I just want to thank our 4 speakers, because I'm thinking in terms, as we even develop this work around projects and partnerships, they have given us some really interesting insights. So, Brenda speaking about the idea of linking students and student voice across institutions. So, be thinking about these as we work towards partnerships and potentially the opportunities that may be available. Nikki, I think, provided us with a really interesting insight into perhaps a way of model of those core elements, which I think is really fascinating as another potential partnership approach. Patricia brought to us about how an institution across so many different aspects, admin, faculty, technical staff, where, speaking to Steve's idea of this is a philosophy across an institution, and that gave us some insights there. And then Steve brought us to the idea of looking to the individual, the need to share outward within the institution and then share between institutions. So much ideas there. So maybe at this juncture, we'd like to throw it open to the floor. In terms of some of those prompts and probes that our 4 speakers have given, have you any questions in terms of their contribution? Or equally, has it prompted any idea in your head in terms of how, that idea of partnership could be something that is equally an opportunity within your institution?
Oh, wonderful. Brian, one second now until I organise myself. Great. Thanks, Brian.
Thanks very much. Just pressing the button, is
I
it?
don't think you have to press anything. I think you
Oh.
just, yeah.
So first of all, it's like thank everyone for making me feel so welcome today. It's very nice to get asked to a day like this. But just from what the guys were saying up there, some very, very interesting points. I'd just like to kind of give you my perspective, I suppose, over the 2 years of the PME. And I'm not just saying it now because I need a lift home from Brenda from Limerick, but no, look at Brenda. Brenda's been very, very good since I started the course, even when we started just with a tutorial group, even before I knew about GC and what I could offer my own teaching and the opportunities I could bring to my classroom. It was clear to see early doors how caring and active she was in this regard in the PME itself. From my own perspective and my own post-primary education, and I suppose my undergrad even as well, I never really heard of GCE. When it was kind of introduced to us again, I could see how much Brenda really wanted to get behind this. And when she asked me to come into the GC committee, it was really a no-brainer. Look, I would wholeheartedly agree with what everyone's saying there about collaboration. I think that's such a key thing to do. And Brenda's given us that opportunity throughout the PME, especially this year in regards to when we hosted a workshop for the PME ones. I think the big thing about GC is not being afraid to explore. And there's many different artifacts you can develop as well. And it's about, I suppose, showing other student teachers and I suppose long-serving teachers how they can do this. Um, we've all probably experienced it in our classrooms, and look at we've all great students in front of us and they're great minds. And I think one thing you should never lose track of is encouraging those investigative minds. Ask them to question what's going on around and get involved in projects that they care about and they're passionate about. And I think that's something as student teachers coming out of college that we could really, really build on. Um, and furthermore, like we're saying about collaborating to different institutions as well, I think the more that kind of happens, the more broad scale passion will be encouraged about GC. I think it's really something we can bring into our classrooms. And the day we had the workshop with PME ones, our main thing to take away was from not to be scared to do something new. Like we're saying with the PME earlier, it is an intense course, definitely, but there's so many ways you can bring it into your lessons. And one thing we decided to do in our final block of teaching placement was simply putting in, and I was telling Brenda about this earlier, is the SDGs at the bottom of your lesson plan. And just simply asking yourself a question, is there an opportunity in this class to do something on it? My subjects are English and geography, but with Jean and Leanne that can't be here with us today, there's maths and science and there's history and there's always ways and means to involve it. And I think that comes from opening dialogue with your students, get to know their students and their hobbies, and it could be absolutely anything. I had a class last year of first year lads that all they wanted to do was hurling. There was nothing else existed other than hurling, but that opened a discussion on the ash shortage. and we could even explore climate action, different ways through it, and they were coming around then. So it all starts with dialogue, and like I said, what's happening here today, conversation, sharing ideas and collaborating, and that's something, look, you can bring into your classroom. And I just want to say just thanks again to Brenda for providing that opportunity, and I suppose that ambition now as I leave the course. And I can say the same for Leanne and Jean now as well, that we want to go into our classrooms now. We want to make an active learning environment. And I think, just as you're saying with teacher training, I think that starts at a young age now. When you can get them more involved, more passionate about the causes, I think it will have a knock-on effect, um, into their society, into their older lives as well. So that's just a little bit of perspective from me anyway. I don't know where to leave this now.
I might just pull up a chair and so I can just kind of stand up here as well and just make it a little bit easier. But Brian, it's so refreshing to get the voice of a PME student, and it's so refreshing to hear the passion that Brenda, through your program and through your instigation, you have nurtured this. I'm sure it was there to start with. Well, there you go. Is the thing is, I suppose, and I suppose now we start to see the benefits of the Worldwise program, because we're getting students coming into our PME programs, into our undergrad programs, that have experienced some of global citizenship education, or are aware of issues and want to make them part of their teaching as well. So, Brian, thank you for that input. Anybody else like to feedback on either any point that Brian has made, or anybody here in the front has made as well? Thanks, Nigel, or anything that Joanne has referenced. Thanks, Nigel.
Yeah, sorry, I'm not quite sure that I've got all my thoughts organised or sort of arranged in sort of ducks in a row that'll be easy to sort of follow. But the first thing I was going to mention at the start, when you were asking about the thoughts from the room, like, I think the strategic plan is brilliant. I love the way it's packaged, and it's communicated, and it's organised. I mean, I was sort of looking at it there for 5 minutes or so at the start, and I got a very strong sense immediately what it's all about, the vision of the organization, the sort of process that's going to happen in the future, and that's all sort of immediately obvious from the strategic plan. So like, that was the first point I wanted to make. I think it's brilliant. The other thing is that that sort of listening to Paul and the contributors here, I was sort of very sort of taken with a number of things. Well, one is that we're involved in initial teacher education. We provide our students with an experience and an input on this whole area, which is really sort of important. So they go into schools, and hopefully they then disseminate, or they integrate this into their teaching with their students and so on. So that's a very sort of important sort of level to sort of push this whole sort of message out. But there's also another sort of thing. The thing that struck me was we do it very well from that level, but I was sort of wondering, how well do we do it from a school leadership point of view, so it comes from the other way as well, so that if you're going to integrate it into schools, if it's going to be part of the school's planning, we need to get principals involved. We need to get school leaders, ETBs, ETBIs, and other organisations, religious organisations involved as well. And maybe this is sort of this is going on, and I'm just unaware of it. But I just sort of wonder what the involvement is with that whole sort of leadership side of education. I know in Turles we do a middle leadership and mentoring postgraduate course, and it's part of that. So the students get an experience of how to integrate this into their leadership role within the school. And this year, in Turles, they're running a new masters on this whole sort of area. And but I'm just sort of wondering what other institutions' experience are with regards to the leadership aspects of it.
Thanks, Nigel. And when you mentioned the postgraduate qualifications in leadership, that does kind of strike a bell, as in that possibly is somewhere the GCE could be coming in. But I'm also thinking of Ashling and what you do in terms of what Worldwise Global Schools does in terms of management and working with management. And you've done quite a bit, Ashling, haven't you?
So that was definitely, I suppose, a gap that we identified in the WorldWise program for schools to really embed it further, was having middle leadership, post holders, principals, deputy principals, boards of management on board. So we've an annual symposium for school management to build their capacity as school leaders to really further support the integration of GCE. So it's definitely an area worth investing, I think, in your own institutions. But we've seen, I suppose, we've reaped the benefits of it, that schools are a lot more supported, and it's really kind of deepening that engagement beyond the champion teachers. So yeah, definitely something that we've seen as a huge benefit.
Thanks, Ashley. And now I think we have to figure out how do we now replicate that within teacher ed. So, if we map what you're saying, Nigel, that's happening in schools and what Ashling is doing with WorldWise Global Schools, how do we get our leadership to take this on and to drive it with us? Because I think we would recognize ourselves as a bottom-up organic organization where we go in and we root away at the bottom and we try to communicate and disseminate as best we can and collaborate and dialogue, all of those things. So now our challenge is, how do we get leadership going in this regard? And when we were putting the plan together, we did have a chat with all of the project leaders to see how would this fall in your institution. So it was resoundingly positive, but notwithstanding that there were challenges as well. So I wonder, would anybody like to comment in terms of getting leadership involved or use, as you say, Steve, it's not just getting up within your school of education, it's getting into the university and getting cross-institutional engagement here as well. So yeah, Kieran, I was going to pass down there to Kieran. Thanks, Brian.
Sorry, I was actually going to say this at our part towards the end of the day, but I think it's actually really important based on what the four of you have talked about, especially, and Nigel, what you raised as well around institutional barriers and that just as being an academic program in itself brings a lot of structures and a lot of problems when you're trying to embed something as critically important as something like this here. And I wonder, because I was looking through the strategic plan, I wonder, as this is out as far as 2027, should the next iteration of CAME not be considered in having an effect or affect on how the next CAME actually frames global citizenship education, but also frames the ideas of interinstitutional learning for students and using it, this disciplinary focus as a way of actually embedding agency, reflective practice, student voice, and all those key pieces, but through the lens of global citizenship education. So it's probably more so a question for the network in general and around the goal for 2027, but just something.
Thanks, Kieran. Yeah, that does. Now that we're in CAME, yeah, how would we better represent it within CAME for the next iteration of CAME?
That was the answer to the question I didn't give. But if we're talking leadership and we're talking about how do we affect change at an institutional level, I mean, one way to affect change is to bully institutional compliance. And so if the teaching council are mandating something like interinstitutional collaboration, well, all of a sudden it can, it's very easy to do these things once there's a policy mandate in place for it. So I think that engagement with the Ubuntu network and that push for the relevance and legitimacy around the area as well, I think that's something that the Ubuntu network could potentially prioritize in the next, so I looked at my watch there, but 6 years, 5 years, 27? Yeah,
27,
5 years.
5 years. Kieran, that's a good input, and I suppose it raises a challenge to us to consider how we could actually rally our I suppose our ideas and bring our ideas together in a way that makes sense for the next iteration of CAME. And I suppose the other thing is we need to look at how can we show to the Teaching Council what is happening in GCE within this iteration of CAME and what it might look like in terms of showing impact. And Nikki, you mentioned the challenges of measuring what it is that we do, but that's also something that we might need to address. Any other comments from the floor? I'm just looking at time now. So we just said, Joanne, are we okay? Oh my gosh, wonderful. The hybrid model is working well. Hello to the at-home people.
I have a comment here from our lovely colleague, Catherine McSweeney from St. Angela's. And she suggests that it may be useful to link across institutions more, for example, to initiate and establish collaborative projects. So I think that was around that issue of, both probably addressing the leadership idea, but also the partnership idea. And maybe just as a final comment to Nigel's and the panel's and Kieran's input, maybe a way we could all think about the leadership question in our own institutions. And this is something, it's a pet project of mine now, so don't feel like you have to take on my pet projects. But I actually think the profile of teacher educators needs to be elevated to a general conversation, because our role has evolved dramatically. I often share an anecdote with colleagues about being met by a new colleague on the corridor in about 2014. And the first thing she said to me was, "What's your area of expertise?" And I remember standing there slightly shaking, going, teacher education. Because our role has evolved. And even though we may come in on particular types of contracts with responsibility for X, Y, and Z, as alluded to earlier, in terms of how CAIM has framed those core elements and how they should be integrated into our programs, suddenly now I have some responsibility for digital competence, literacy, numeracy. I'm looking to my colleagues in my school and beyond going, can you please support my capacity in these areas? Because I don't have that capacity. So maybe that's a conversation we can bring to the leaders of our institution as well.
Thank you, Joanne. I'm getting used to the second mic now. Yeah, so Ollie and Jerry want to come in there as well, so we'll use your mic. Thank you.
Thank you. Great to be here in person, isn't it?
Yes.
And congratulations, Deirdre, and everybody else involved in the strategic plan. I mean, Nigel said it there, like it's very refreshing, isn't it? It's clear, it's exciting, it's interesting. And without doing too much nostalgia, when Paul was talking there, I mean, it is amazing how much things have changed since Ubuntu started, and who would have thought that global citizenship education would be right there embedded in the CAIM standards when we began, when we were really out on the margins saying, kind of give development education a space. But I was thinking a little bit like what Joanne is saying there about the challenges and the redefinition of teacher education that's happening. So that for me, the huge challenge has always been this idea of joined up thinking, this idea of integrated thinking in teacher education. Because at second level in particular, as we know, teachers define themselves almost exclusively by their subject specialism and are not interested in anything else. And understandably, I mean, some students have said to me, "Oh, I now understand what you were saying back then, but it's taken me 5 years to get on top of my subjects. Now I can get a broader view of that I'm an educator of teenagers," which is essentially what a second level teacher is. And I was struck reading the Chief Inspector's report, how much the section on primary education effectively says, now I would have thought primary education is the one place where we do integration well, but actually the joined up thinking is missing, the integration is missing in so many areas, they say. I mean, they say something like a lot of schools have the Green Schools project, but they don't make a connection with education for sustainable development. That was one of the really striking things. And I know from transition year experience, cross-curricular interdisciplinary work is one of the spectacular failures of transition year. I mean, the guidelines are saying 25 years ago, this is the vision we have, an integrated approach to learning. And if we're honest, Joanne's point about, what's your area of expertise? The silo mentality is very strong in teacher education. And part of the big challenge for Ubuntu has always been, how do we get those conversations going within teacher education departments about the issues? And while on the one hand you would say, isn't it great we have the CAME standard and GCE right embedded? Isn't it great that building on the Millennium Development Goals, we had the Sustainable Development Goals, which were much more coherent and much more integrated? But you say that, and at the same time, climate change and on the train down, I was reading Sally Hayden's book, on the fourth time we drowned, which is about migration from sub-Saharan Africa to Europe. A horrific read. So the state of the world and the challenges we're all facing, and the world, the dystopian world someone referred to, those challenges are arguably greater than when Ubuntu started, despite the fact that there's some progress. So I think the challenge of integration in our own departments is very, very strong. That's what I want to say.
Thanks, Jerry.
I'd be careful when I say this, because I wonder whether the network itself is in a bit of an echo chamber in terms of how we're receiving this idea that CAME is a good thing for us. And I've been involved, and I've got funding from the network to do some work around the pedagogy of teacher education as well in different areas, and it's great, and we've seen great examples here. But I think that level of maybe personal autonomy and control only goes to a certain level. So like I'd written down here, where are the political scientists and the economists in teacher education that help us make sense of the current world order, that influence our lives and influence the world we live in as global citizens much more than a green school initiative or, recycling my material or whatever. And I just wonder whether we're doing enough to educate our student teachers about the broader political economic system in the globe that has a much bigger impact on my life. Boris Johnson will not leave because he decides he's done the wrong thing. He will leave if the markets tell him to leave, because the British sterling will drop to a certain level. London City will start to get very nervous, and people will tell him it's now your time to leave because this is having an impact on the economy. So, like, if we were to take CAME as an example, and this is why I wonder whether CAME is as good as we're making it out to be, because we've mentioned global citizenship. Is it a very narrow understanding of what global citizenship education is? If I decided as a head of department tomorrow, I was going to allocate 6 credits to have all my fourth-year student teachers do a module on global economics, so people understand where the money is and where the power is, I'd be told, sorry, there's far too much time allocated to that. Yeah, that's not global citizenship education. I think are we too narrowly putting it down to pedagogical practices? What about the development of the student teacher as a global citizen? I mean, getting to understand the wider political and economic order that I think has a far bigger impact. So I think we're very good in Ubuntu at the bottom up in terms of equipping student teachers with the skills to bring in, dev ed, global citizenship education type experiences and projects into teacher education. But what about our responsibilities to them as young adults going out, young professionals going out into the world? Like, for example, I learn a lot of this stuff from, from books I read outside of teacher education. Teacher education seems to be kind of caught in a little utopian world that we'll save the world by doing minor steps, when actually we need to know and I'm not saying there's a problem with that. I don't think there's a problem with that, but there's a bit of an echo chamber because we're all doing the same thing, when in fact we need to bring in the political scientists to understand how global politics work and how that influences decisions. Why, for example, we don't have enough wind farms in Ireland. Why, for example, if you're living in Ireland, in certain parts, you don't have broadband. But that was a political thing that happened a long time ago, and the economic side of it as well. So I wonder whether we could also emphasize that element in Ubuntu. What are we doing to kind of, I know this sounds kind of strange, but like, it's actually about political activism of these young student teachers. Are we really engaging them as political activists? Or are we preparing them as like technically competent technicians to roll out pedagogical projects around global citizen education? There's quite a difference there. So I just thought I'd throw it out there.
We'll hand it over to Steve. There's no one like Ollie to throw in a big whopper of a question right on coffee break.
An important one.
If your tea is cold.
An important question.
Steve, thank you.
Yeah, and I just responding only in conversation, Ollie, to that, because I don't have the answers to that, but I think it's a very important point that you raise, and I suppose it comes back to a challenge I've always had. I was teaching curriculum and assessment, and I would always bring in neoliberalism, and Paul will know that from his time in UCC. And I'd always get feedback. That was great about the curriculum model and assessment. What the hell are you on about there? But I think people are getting better over time, actually, of understanding how global citizenry is so impacted by those bigger narratives, actually. And the bigger narratives are never far from our minor ones or our micro ones. They're embedded. And I think, actually, the development education traditions and histories of global citizenship education must not be forgotten, because that's the importance of knowing your history and the foundational principles of where we are. And one of the things I would say about teacher education is, and we're kind of losing foundations, actually, and when you lose the foundations, you're losing the foundational questions, philosophy, sociology, history, psychology. And so just to say that, I suppose, the clear thing about it is that we're not just teaching stuff, it's not just upgrading of our knowledge of the world. It's an identity question. It's firmly ontology. It's about who you are as an educator and who you are as a student. And then I suppose that gets enacted as well in the case of values as well, that the curriculum is values based. It's not value neutral. It's values based. It engages with people's positionings on evidence, not on echo chambers or social media bipartisanship. I'm for, I'm against. But as you say, bringing evidence to bear on where you're positioning yourself. But that values-based curriculum is so important. So it's about engaging with the issues, but understanding that we have to find our place in that, and that we also have a value position on it. I am for that for this reason, evidentially, but also morally and ethically. So like the kind of work that we do actually in the smallest of spaces, I think are very powerful, but if they're not rooted in those bigger questions, I think you're right. I think we would be bereft of something there, So thanks for raising it. I think it's really important. It's the elephant in the room. I think we're getting better at it. I think I think global citizenry now is really knowledgeable on more of these issues. Never before is there a more literate, critically literate people around difference, for example, young people around difference, whether it be sexuality or whether it be issues of justice. But the animation of that, the putting into practice of that, the somehow actioning that out, that's the key to this kind of work, isn't it? And that will healthily critique existing systems and ways of doing things. And it will remind, and just to finish up, I was asked to talk on sustainability in a local school, talk about going out. And it was a 3-day event. And I was just telling Shawnee on the way up in the car, actually, sustainability involves people, you know what I mean? It's like, it was an environmental only concern. And there was going to be a badge profile of it, like a green campus outcome to this. But it didn't have in place, let's say, the community members, their values around things, or how it actually gets governed and structured. To talk about voice, who gets to play this out, who gets to run this. So I mean, democracy runs through all of these kind of actions as well. It's not enough just to tick box and sort of say we have in place, but we have in place this. We're doing it completely differently than what we did before. It is structured, involving so much voice. The education looks very different, all of those things. I think unless it's kind of practically looking very different from what it was, and it's in those practices, those small spaces actually that can really disturb and healthily critique existing ways of doing things, Actually, when student teachers come back afterwards, the ones who really, I suppose, are impacted from mindset and from a value base. They're very different. I mean, it's the transformative kind of idea, isn't it? But that's not an easy thing. Just because you have a class of 30, somehow there's going to be 30 different ways of seeing, you know what I mean? In a positive way. It's lots of inconsistencies and tensions around that, but I suppose it's that problem posing thing, which you have given us a nice problem poser for coffee anyway. So, yeah.
Thanks, Steve, and thanks for coming back. And Ollie, you do raise a really good question. I had one thought on it actually, and it links to your chapter, Rachel, in the climate change book. I think Shane is saying there's somebody coming in online. Shane is there to say something, so Joanne might just have a look at that. As you're talking about the global economics and the importance of that, Ollie, and understanding that political system, it draws me to your chapter, Rachel, that kind of talked about the need for systemic change, and economics seems like a subject that can address that somewhat. Do you want to make a comment on that? Maybe I'll get the mic down to you. Sorry, Rachel. Let's talk about your chapter.
Just want to acknowledge my colleague Brian O'Boyle from NUI Galway. He did the bulk of the writing in that chapter, I will add. But yeah, so I suppose we use it as a way that what Ollie is saying is about teacher mindset, that, we're going in to teach certain subjects in schools, and economics, it is underpinned by neoliberalism and all that. So it's just, to challenge that and to challenge capitalism as a system. Because if we don't get to the bottom of that, no matter what pedagogy you bring in, it won't make a difference. So we kind of use a chapter more to really get at the number of teachers' mindset and teachers challenging their own beliefs first before they actually, because they won't get buy-in if you don't do that. And I suppose on that, I'm just thinking as well, Young Economist of the Year, and you challenged me on that I would use a small bit of funding one year for that. And you said, well, you came up to see it in UCD one year and said, I didn't see very many student teachers here, Rachel. This is meant to be for student teachers. That has grown. And the impact of that is that our student teachers who are learning how to teach economics, they're really challenging their own thinking and their own behaviour. And even the projects, last year, the focus was on climate change. So, it's seeping in different ways, and it's just getting people to challenge their thinking. That's the main thing. Challenge your thinking, and then challenge your behaviour, and then change your behaviour.
And it's a massive ask that we're asking of students and ourselves as teacher educators as well. So, Ollie, thanks for putting that out there. What we're going to do now is we're going to break for coffee. We're, as always with Dialogue Day, we're always, oh, sorry, Joanne is coming through with a point. Once you're at that.
Just of keeping our online people having a voice. And if anyone wants to take over that, so you don't have to be keeping listening to me, just a really nice point coming in, people saying hello and saying they're delighted to be here. And Steve F says that our experience is that we need to accompany teachers more and more in the classroom to deliver our programs with the students, as the teachers lack the confidence to do so. And he's saying about that's a super point about equipping teachers to roll out these pedagogical approaches. So he's identifying the issue that, that confidence issue, which I think is a really nice point as well. So that's just from our online community.
Super, thanks. And that's Steve Farley, who is at the IDEA AGM this morning, and I think will join us later on. So that's great. Thank you for that, Steve, and thanks, Joanne, for that. Okay, so we're only a quarter of an hour late. We're always late with dialogues. That's fine. It's if we break a session early, it's gone really badly wrong. So to earn your tea, though, we are going to go up, and Alan is going to just take a shot. Now, I would invite you to come up to the steps of Plassey House just to get a shot of the group here today. If you don't want to be part of it, that's 100% as well. That's no problem at all. And then we'll come back down here for coffee, and we'll reconvene the next session at 12:15. So that gives us half an hour for chats and banter and coffee and a photograph. Alan, is that okay? Super. Okay. Thanks, everybody, and thanks our contributors to that session. At this point, you wouldn't know what you're saying to anyone. Yeah. So if that works, Catherine, that's good for
Better
me.
get ready then.
Do you have PowerPoint?
No.
Okay.
No.
What is that? What is that you just showed me?
Lipstick. Lipstick.
Yeah. So if that works, Catherine, that's
Better get ready
it
then.
was some kind of a technical device. I was like, please, no, Catherine. Yeah, do you like they do in Wimbledon and they just write their names?
Lipstick. Lipstick.
I'll leave that to you. I wouldn't even know what to do with it. Device. I was like, please, no, Catherine. Yeah, do you like they do in Wimbledon and they just write their names? A bit of a delay. I'll leave that to you. I wouldn't even know what to do with it. Device. I was like, please, no, Catherine. Yeah, do you like they Will you just say something there again, Catherine?
It's all repeating back to me now, Deirdre.
It is, isn't it? It seems to be kind of in an echo chamber.
I just thought that was at my end.
Will you just say something there again, Catherine?
You see?
I think it's a delay.
It's all repeating back to me now, Deirdre.
It is, isn't it? It seems to be kind of in an echo chamber.
I just thought that was
Okay,
at
will
my
we
end.
go out and come back in again? There again, Catherine.
You see?
I think it's a delay.
It's all repeating back to me now, Deirdre.
It is, isn't it? It seems to be kind of in an echo chamber.
I just thought that was
Okay,
at
will
my
we go
end.
out and come back in again?
Okay, progress. We've lost her now.
Yeah, that's okay. Our audio kept repeating or something, or maybe there was a really big delay, but it was coming really slow through. So what I'd say here was coming through 10 seconds later. So we said we'd go out and come back in again. So hopefully that does it. Can you see yourselves at the moment? Oh yeah, you're there. Are you seeing this?
So hopefully you can turn the TV up a bit even louder if you need to now, because I think what was causing the feedback was over here.
Okay. Okay, Catherine.
Actually, Deirdre, my sure I was logged in to YouTube, so that was causing feedback too. Sorry about that. Sorry.
That's exactly. Look, when you're watching Dottie and Maura and they read someone's house.
Yeah.
And their TV is turned up.
That's what I was. So perfect.
Try turning the TV up even more. It shouldn't feedback now.
Okay, Catherine, go.
Let's go. Good to go.
Good to go. Yeah.
That's good to go and share.
Perfect. Yeah. Okay. Do you know what we'll do now? I will mute you at the moment, and yeah, and we're going to reconvene right now, I think. Yeah, right now. And we're going to start with the outreach one, which will leave Rachel and Nigel and Peter with a bit of a land.
No bother. So I'll just
yeah.
turn off my camera, will I? Until I'm.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Or you can. networks like Scotens, like the Angel Network, like TeasNet, it became very clear that research was a strong aspect of what it is that they did. The Gene Review of Global Education in Ireland, Global Education is another term for GCE, identified the need for research to be part of our work. You all identified research as important to being as an important part of our work going forward. And any consultations that we have done to the Department of Education in terms of their national strategy is we are emphasizing research as well. We're emphasizing it everywhere. So I think while research has always been there and we've always conducted some research and drawn from the research as best we can, I think now is the time where we up it and we actually put it out there as one of our big things that we do and we support and we buy into. So I'm going to invite Maria and Zarin to come forward and just put forward their reflections in terms of where research fits in GCE going forward in their view. So thanks, Zarin, and thanks, Maria.
Thank you for the warm welcome to the new member of the network. I'm from Maynooth University Education Department, and we had a project with Angela Rickert with our PME and BSc Ed students in the Maynooth University. And it was, we can say that is a practice-based research, especially for the BSc cohort that I lead. In the project, with science students in the program, we had some global citizenship aspects, and we collaborate with the geography department. I think that is something we discuss in the morning sessions, some collaboration through departments. So it was a good example, I guess. And in this project, the geography department already had a very big science foundation funded project, and we include science methodology module and our students, and they learn from these geography people a new software, ArcGIS, where there is they use satellite data to understand global issues by using real-time satellite data. So they spent some hours to learn about this software, and then they were supposed to design some teaching materials using this software. And we had some preliminary results that I would like to share with you. So we had nine groups of students in this cohort, and there were three assessors: me, Angela, and the geography postdoc researcher. And we assessed their presentation, use of the software, and how they link it with science education, with their own teaching. Using this new software, and out of nine, six performed very well. They were able to link it with their teaching, and I should also say that they were free. They were independent to choose whatever science topic they will teach. And as we expected, most of the topics they decided was about sustainability, global citizenship. So from my list, there was pollution related presentation, biodiversity. One presentation was very interesting because in science, in junior cycle science, they were supposed to organize a ecology trip and manage this trip with students. So they used this opportunity as an introductory lesson to introduce the location of this trip and introduce it through this software and use it as a pre-trip lesson material. So it was very nice and very practical. They presented some renewable energy, especially Irish-based renewable energy topics, especially wind farms, and also wind farm. One group presented something about wind energy, and another about wave energy. So and these students, they were BSc Science students, so they have different teaching subjects. Some of them will be mathematics mathematic teachers, some of them physics, chemistry. So in the group, there were students with different teaching subjects, and this group, they want to design different lesson plans for each subject, and one of the student designed a mathematics lesson plan and related to trigonometry and sinus waves when teaching about tidal energy. So it was something very creative. We didn't expect so much creative and productiveness because one lesson plan was more than enough. So they were very creative in selecting the topics relating to the curriculum and designing their lesson plans. And three of them, they were at an average level, and even from their presentations, we think that they didn't find it so relevant to their teaching. And after their presentation and with the given feedback by the assessors, they were also supposed to write some reflection. How did they find this practice? Will they be consider to apply it in their future teaching? And as expected, three of these groups, they didn't find it so much relevant. They find it maybe spending more time to other practices would be more relevant for their teaching. But somehow all the students agree that this approach is very suitable to teach sustainability, global issues. So most of them agree on this. So it was interesting. And in this big project with the geography department, we also had some interviews with the teachers because they also had the CPDs about this software. And based on our research, we find that teacher FS agency is an important thing, whether they would consider or to practice it in their classes, or like they really apply it in their classes. So it may be the case, as also discussed in the morning, agency is an important aspect. Why some students are more eager, find it more relevant to teach, is an important thing. So agency is the thing that we would like to work more about in our research. And on their reflections, we find that they related with scientific literacy, nature of science. This is also the focus of the methodology module that I taught them, but they find it very relevant, and it is expected because through this software they learn about how geography people uh, study science. This is a different methodology they use. They use this software modeling, and it is something different from experimentation. So they learn this approach and they link it with nature of science, which is very exciting, and scientific literacy. And a few of them talked about data literacy, which seems very relevant for these things and considering the latest CAME standards. So this is our preliminary findings from our research. Thanks so much.
Great, Sharon. Thanks very much. And my name is Maria Campbell. I'm from St. Angela's College, and I see my colleague Louise Lahan here, and I know Catherine is on standby in the next one. And I'd have to say that we're really, really grateful to the Ubuntu Network for all the support they've given us over the years in relation to everything we've done, but in particularly in supporting research and encouraging research. And what I'm going to talk about is, I hope it's not too much off the point, but as opposed to talking about research that we've done in the college, I'd love to talk about how I envisage research as is outlaid in the strategic plan work, and say for me and potentially maybe for you. And I'd love ideas, or I'd love you to bounce things off me if you don't mind. So for me, what I see three strands. That's maybe the easiest way to do it first. I'm missing the teacher here. What I wouldn't give for a whiteboard and a marker at this stage. I'd be in my element. So the top strand, forgive all the gestures, but I said it's once a primary teacher, always a primary teacher. So if I take my top strand, I see three divisions there, or three sections. The first section for me is concepts. And I think because I fall back in my old kind of, and I was thinking, Ollie, what you were saying there, about putting in, say, some of the broader concepts and those that stem from it. So like our own version of the repository, Deirdre, like a Wikipedia. So concepts that we found useful. And so you might have neoliberalism, you might have rights ideologies, you might be looking at deficit, and how we can take those wider concepts and what do they filter down in as kind of the more kind of specific lens to look like transformative pedagogies, agentic teacher development, and so on. So for me, I love that because it would push me out of my comfort zone. And I'd say, God, I'd never considered that. Oh, God. Oh, so you could go from there to there. And in supporting conversations with others where we'd like to do research, if we had something like that as a starting point, for me, I'd find that really, really helpful. So that's the first box. The second box then would be methodologies. And again, it's looking ahead to that notion of bringing people on board within our own colleges, new researchers, etc. But just looking at roughly, and we know, like say, action research, comparative studies, so on, the various tools. Just a brief kind of maybe the pitfalls, the do's and don'ts, or what has worked in the context of GCE. So just that would be a smaller little one. And the third then would be your case studies, examples of research that has been done by the Ubuntu network, and brief descriptors. And again, that would spark ideas for me. And I'd just, God, that was really interesting. I wouldn't have thought of that. Go back to my concepts. Oh, yeah. So that level for me, that strand, I'd find that really helpful in a depository format. Coming down to the second strand then would be the best way I can describe it is speed dating. So I would be looking for that notion of, for me, and I think, Louise, I don't know if you'll agree, and well, Catherine as well, sometimes in your own institution, you can feel it's what was spoken to earlier. You have a few people who are kind of stalwarts or they're kind of flying the flag, but you can feel quite isolated and cut off. And for your peers too, I'm sure they're hearing you come back again and again, say, oh, it's your one again. She's on about the whatever. There's potential for that. So the notion of being able to collaborate with people in other institutions, I think is fantastic. So for that second strand, what I would love would be that you could actually post up your ideas, like 100 words, something small. This is an idea I have for a project. I'm looking for collaborators. And everybody gets to post it. You can organize it under various different headings or categories. And then we come together either physically or virtually for a speed dating scenario where you just line across and you've got your 3 minutes to sell it, and the person can ask, great, next, tell you, next. And at the end of it then, you go away and you've got a week or whatever to think and say, do you know what? I liked that. And then hopefully out of that, you get some research projects coming out of it. You've your NGOs, you've everybody there. And to me, I would find that really, really great. And again, it would push me out of my kind of normal way of thinking and kind of open me. So I'd love that. That's kind of strand 2. And the last one then, the strand 3 for me, kind of links into a lot of what we've said before. It would be more, it's research and other things. It's also outreach and building capacity within your own, etc. So what I mean by that is that you have a team of, say, 2, 3, 4 people come together and say, right, how can we support research? How can we bring, say, new part-time staff, that have come in? How can we get them on board? Let's do, shall we say, a simpler, more kind of mentoring, teaching type of research project, where we put in lots of supports for the people in our own institution. And they think at the end, there's going to be a publication. It's over a 3-year period. We're going to scaffold it. It's very gentle, for want of a better word. So you get buy-in from your own staff. In that same mode again, interinstitutional, I think would be fantastic. Like again, outside your discipline, maybe be outside, have a school of economics linking up with a school of education and a school of physics or whatever. So again, it's just that slightly different. So it gets it across institutions and interinstitutions. So but the purpose of it's that outreach and that sharing as opposed necessarily to the output at the end, if you know what I mean. So the focus is quite different from the second strand. And then also outreach further to schools. I'm a huge believer in that, like school clusters, get teachers involved, and has a little benefit. You might want to hear about it all, but we're going to do a little bit of talk about research if you want to come in one night for half an hour virtual and you can listen in, but that they're hopefully designing it with you.
working through it with you, and you get that participation with it. You get maybe 3 NGOs to come together with 2 institutions, and you work on something. So it's really what you said, it's about our collaboration and our friendship and support. So the focus on that third strand for me is all about that. The second strand is very much about, it is about outputs. It's trying to get really good quality research, getting it out there, getting it disseminated, stuff we wouldn't think about. And the level 1 is kind of that frame to help us. Here are some concepts, here are some kind of methods, here are some case studies. And last of all, and I think you have it in there and I'm thrilled to see it, is dissemination and PR, etc. And Ubuntu has that now, because there is so much good work going on. And I really do believe that we have to sing it. And I think having that support from Ubuntu there would be fantastic, so that you really can kind of get it out there. So that was it, Deirdre. That was it.
Okay, I'll take that one back. Sorry, thank you. Why, you'll be great at speed dating if you can do all of that, Maria. 3 strands in 3 minutes or 5 minutes. Fantastic. And Zarin, thank you for giving an overview as to how you used your project and you have collated research out of it. And so you have a better understanding of where your students are at. And I suppose then you look at building upon that the following year and possibly writing that up and coming out with a research output. So I think there are 2 great lenses to look at the research. And I'm kind of keen to sort of pull in my colleague Joanne, because she is the stronger research person when it comes to this kind of conversation and ideas in terms of how we would go with research. Maria, the 3 strands sound fantastic, and I'd love to chat with them even further and get the feedback from the group and how we might flesh those out or how we might build upon those. But you've done tremendous work for us in actually putting 3 strands together. Yeah, so Joanne, like not to put you on the spot either, but would you like to feedback on those before we open out to the group?
I'm so busy taking notes. You caught me off my guard, Deirdre. I think I'd love to hear from the group in terms of your response. I think the 2 inputs we've got, again, offer us 2 lenses. So our donuts are working really well for us, Kieran. 2 more lenses on which to look at the research approach. And I suppose the one word I would give, particularly relative to Maria's input and Cern's input, is that for once, if Ubuntu is in the position of becoming a strategic partner, Ubuntu will have resources in-house to support some of those visions. So rather than maybe putting it back into the institutions, which, I'm sure you've all had experiences of, flailing and failing attempts to bring people to collaborate. Somebody might tweet that out now, failing and flailing and failing. We're looking to harness, I suppose, the community of Ubuntu that has existed for 16 odd years and actually resource and support you to actually bring this work to fruition. But I'd be really excited to hear any comments or feedback from the floor.
This isn't so much a comment on the presentations or picking up on it, but one thing just, I suppose, to say to the network about the collaboration with the geography department in Maynooth. It came about because of Ubuntu. And I think, it's worth bearing in mind, like people are talking about building brand and so on. Don't underestimate the power of the relationships that have already been built up, because it wasn't even somebody in the Maynooth community that said to the geography department, talk to Angela Rickard because she's involved in Ubuntu. It was somebody in TUD. So somebody in a completely different institution whom I've never met made that link. And I think, it's part of the power, I think, of a network like this, that it has a kind of there's knowledge of it already. So that just to mention that. And well done to both our colleagues. Great. Anybody else want to jump in?
Even in terms of the 3 strands. Sorry, Paul, were you going to come in?
Yeah, maybe just a thought. I'm not completely sure how maybe it connects necessarily with I think the framing that the project example and then the framing you've given Maria is really interesting and helpful and large in its vision. One of the things that I've wondered a bit about around Ubuntu, if you take the primary, post-primary context, I don't think the DICE Ubuntu conversation is one. If we take of teacher ed in the country, as having a rich set of resources around DevEd. There are two sectors here, primary and post-primary. We're not good at connecting primary and post-primary anyway within the country, I think generally, and that's one of the system weaknesses. So when the reviews of education in Ireland, it's this primary to post-primary linkage. So we could be tempted to only do post-primary teacher ed. I think an event, a joint DICE Ubuntu event, because they're probably ploughing similar furrow anyway. And we probably all know colleagues who are very involved in primary, whatever we call it, DevEd or sustainability, who have powerful resources at their disposal, whether it's, I mean, I think Anne Dolan's recent edited book, I know some colleagues here have chapters in. I think an event across the two sectors with some of the framing that or however it's developed, maybe for what you've put out, Maria, and then the strategy to share the common research projects, but also the way of working in the DevEd space. I think that could be a very interesting and rich conversation, and might lead to some of these connections and maybe primary, post-primary dimension to these projects, because I bet there are common projects across the two that we haven't tapped at all yet. But I think it's the programmatic strategic piece, which is evident in the strategy, could be leveraged to another level, or in a different way at least, with that cross-sectoral piece. So thanks.
Thanks, Paul. And the interesting thing is we have Worldwide Global Schools in the room, and we also have a new strategic partner at primary school level as well. So there are now 4 players in that space. And just maybe before I hand over to Rachel, I might put an outer circle on your lovely diagram. And I think it's key for everyone in the room. And the outer circle I'd include, Maria, is our understanding and conception of research, because I think it leads into Paul's point about an event. Like, what are the outputs or the research outputs we're interested in? Sorry, Rachel.
Yeah, thanks, William, and thanks for that. And I love the idea of your schematic as well, because I think there's probably scope within the PME dissertations that I think there's a need for a better understanding of the types of methodologies that's possible within a short time frame for students. So this would be very helpful. And I do think that to encourage students to take on these kind of issues within their dissertation, because that lends itself to research. And I think that the Stern conference in MIC is fantastic to give the student teachers a voice with research, and they're now encouraged to publish within that as well. So I think that's, if we build in that way as well, it's very organic. I think as well, I'm not 100% certain how the researcher in residence scheme is going to work exactly until we actually go through, but I know there's a couple of recent graduates who have been awarded money in that. So, if we can let our PME students see that very recent graduates are getting money because maybe they've done something based on their dissertation, then it starts to grow. And if we can link it in with the kind of work that we're doing here as well, that might be another way to look at the research as well.
Yeah, I liked Maria, the focus you had on the concepts, because if we were to focus on if there's a particular project or an initiative, and we focus on what's the underlying concept we're trying to develop or focus in on, it means we can cross subject boundaries as well, because you could have a technology person suddenly dealing with working with a languages person, because they're actually working, when you go right down to the stem of the tree, they're working on the same thing. And I really like that idea. And maybe it could get us to question as well, that when we look at the concepts, are we developing skills, knowledge, or feelings, or there's different activities that will lead to different things. So maybe it's a skill around, digital literacy, but maybe it's actually more than that. Maybe it's, and I was going to add to what Joanne had said. It's all the time with the research in place. It's probably worth looking at. So if you had those 3 different dimensions, and if research was one of those categories as well, you could look at what methodologies do we know in terms of research methodologies capture this, because, a lot of it tends to be, I know in my area of digital technology, a lot of research tends to be descriptive research to say, we had this new piece of technology, say it's virtual reality, and we use it in teacher education, and here are the views of people that used it. I liked it. It was different, etc., etc. But we never get to the extent of, okay, what did it aim to do? And did it actually help to achieve that? And where I'm not saying about benchmarks, about kind of quantitative, but at least there's some evidence that it's achieved it. So we could also look at it from methodological. So I like the framework it's there. It's nice.
Just for there, just to say that I suppose that was it. It's about what we said, conversations. It's about, to me, that's a great way. If I want to say to meet you and we say, let's do a bit of research, to stop us going round in circles, at least you have a bit of a structure and say, what concepts are you? How do you see them? How does it filter for you? To me, it's about stimulating and then into your methods. And you can go into, for some people, they might want to focus more on methods per se than the concepts, but you have the options. And then you look at past case studies and you can say, see what they did there. Could we do that, but tweak it? Let's go back to that concept. So for me, it's about, it's a helpful resource to help you, but it's really about stimulating and supporting that conversation.
That's really useful, actually, because I think when you think of interdisciplinary, we can think of different schools and departments across our institutions, but also maybe we can challenge ourselves to think about that there may be some great methodologists in your school or department that you could invite to contribute, particularly in terms of that quintessential existential question about measuring impact in GCE, which is, something we're constantly struggling with. So I think, that's really wonderful. And I might take this opportunity, based on some of the inputs, to flag to all here the Angel Network, which the Ubuntu Network are members of. But equally, I might invite you all to link in with the Angel Network as well, because they provide great opportunities from both a research and capacity building aspect in terms of access to collaborators from across Europe. And the Ubuntu Network are a member of that too.
Thanks, Joanne, and thanks, Maria. What I might suggest is that we take the learning from Zarin and Maria and we flesh it out a little bit and we build upon it based on the comments that have come back then as well. And we build that as part of our research strand within the strategic plan. We're going to move on a little bit because I'm just conscious of time there as well. So we do have Catherine zooming in and streaming live through my laptop, I hope. So we are testing the technology to the last today to get Catherine in. So we also have Rachel and Nigel in the next session. And I'm not sure if Peter has made it or not made it, Nigel, but you haven't seen him. Okay, that's okay. We can work on regardless. So I'll invite Rachel and Nigel to come forward, and I'll see if we can get see if we can get Catherine up on Zoom. So hopefully Catherine is listening to us and is going to connect into her Zoom about now. But in the meantime, we'll hand over to Nigel and to Rachel. So the final aspect before lunch, and we will kind of do it pretty quickly because maybe we're having a fancy lunch upstairs and I don't want them to burn our bits and bobs, whatever we're having for lunch. So we'll seek to finish at about 10 past, maybe 1:15. So Nigel, I'll hand over to you first. Catherine is coming through there and up on screen. So, well, maybe we will actually hand to Catherine first, just while we have you there, we'll just do a little test. Catherine, do you want to speak there and see if we can hear you?
Oh, she's on mute. Good morning, everyone. Afternoon. Apologies.
That's perfect. Catherine, you're coming in loud and clear, so I think we'll work ahead with yourselves. So just before you speak in there, the outreach bit for me is probably the biggest thing we have to delve into. It's the dissemination of what it is that we do, and it's the linking with other stakeholders that are there on page 25 to 28 within your handbook. It's about getting, one of the things that said in the consultation was, we don't want to pigeonhole ourselves into just initial teacher education. There is great wealth of knowledge and experience and understanding out of there. I think it's from page 28, we list out the different stakeholders. We want to work with them, we want to link with them, we want to bring them into our conversations. And so this session is to kind of consider how do we outreach, how do we get out there to other groups that aren't initial teacher education and make them part of our work. So Catherine, I'll hand over to you.
I'm going to just share a little from my own project this year because it sets the context And then I'll offer some suggestions for outreaching Deirdre, if that's okay. This year's project aims to inspire home economics PME students to develop effective GCE pedagogy and teaching materials. So essentially my focus this year was on methodologies. And they addressed GCE in the home economics classroom. It was very practical, it was very active. And this was achieved using a lesson study approach. So coincidentally, that was mentioned earlier in the opening address. And they tested new ideas, and it was extremely creative and enjoyable and organic. So in lectures, we looked at green pedagogy, narrative pedagogy, the belief circles, experimental strategy, and Socratic questioning, that technique, and we explored home economics educational applications. So just to contextualize, this was achieved during lecture time and directed study time. So they engaged in iterative cycles of lesson study, but instead of looking at big lesson plans, which is so time consuming, we just looked at lesson segments. And they incorporated some of the new strategies or approaches into these lesson segments. And then one teacher from each group taught the lesson, and this was in an online context. And they tested the lesson segment. And after lesson implementation, they deconstructed the lesson segments and discussed insights and learning, and that informed the redesign of lesson segments. So that's it in a nutshell, basically the activities that were conducted by students. But the project did result in transformation at a number of levels. It advanced their knowledge and understanding. And I suppose they had space and time to advance that, their own development, the development of knowledge during lecture time. They looked at curriculum themes in home economics education, thereby increasing their knowledge and awareness of GCE home economics curriculum linkages. And then by engaging in the iterative cycles of lesson study, they were facilitated to develop their home economics pedagogical content knowledge. And there were noticeable gains in their pedagogical knowledge and home economics pedagogical content knowledge. One interesting finding was that students displayed varying levels of readiness to engage with this work, and that's perfectly fine. And I know Zarin spoke about this in the last contribution about agency. So in the same way, in this project, different levels of agency evolved in the study. And they had different levels of interest and access to supports and resources, experience in teaching this area already, and competence, I suppose. And the lesson tasks yielded different representations of content knowledge too, which is really interesting, different interpretations and creative approaches to lesson segment planning. And what was really effective was the dialogue that was generated about the use of pedagogical approaches. Furthermore, the activities require students to test different methods and evaluate their usefulness. I suppose they were empowered in the development of their own pedagogy. And what was really fantastic was that many of the students used these methods on school placement. And in particular, two of the students created a transition year module on this approach, narrative pedagogy especially. For example, one student, her learners narrated the story of climate change using the medium of textiles and stitch. And this was really fantastic because it's not really done in home economics education, but there's huge potential to make the teaching of textiles perhaps a little bit more meaningful, and to use textiles as a medium for the development of key skills and GCE literacy, etc. So basically, she managed to capture different viewpoints and interpretations of experiences. They were recorded. She reported that the products were not high quality, and this was owing to time constraints. However, it was the engagement in the process that was super, and the high quality learning that was achieved using such a practical and creative medium. So, and that's why I wanted to share our experiences this year, because I suppose my work is, I'm trying to connect my work in ITE and what teachers are doing on the ground. What I'm finding is that teachers are looking for these resources and supports to help them develop their own practice. And our student teachers are taking the ideas out into practice, and they're testing them with the teachers. And it is all new, it's very organic. And I think there's huge potential to connect and liaise with teachers on the ground a lot more. They are looking for these supports. I think funding for research is key and supporting teachers in rolling out these projects. I think there's potential to develop maybe researcher in residence facilities, like to support schools or clusters of schools wishing to partner with researchers in higher education over a school year. And I know, Maria, you spoke to that during your last contribution. Partnering those with shared research interests, focus on classroom practice with the objective of enhancing GCE teaching and learning experience for teachers and learners. And I know the Teaching Council initiated a researcher in residence scheme last year, and it's only starting now, but I think we could potentially do the same. I think we could have a greater social media presence and a strategic social media plan to promote this work and to establish this network and the connections and to generate awareness. I think there is an appetite for this type of approach, and Sinead, I suppose that's it. That's up, and thank you for listening.
Thank you, Catherine, as for a very valuable input. And it's really
lovely and interesting to see the pedagogical approaches you've taken with the students this year, and the different and in how they take that and they translate it out into the classroom. And I suppose what's most relevant and poignant in what you're saying there is the links with teachers. And so as we talk about outreach and linking and partnership, and we have a great ally with Worldwide Global Schools being so involved in the post-primary sector, that is there a potential for the Ubuntu network to link with teachers in a better way, or in a more synchronized way? Because I think if we did an audit of all of our projects and the amount of projects that link to schools, and everybody here is nodding, we do, as you say, Catherine, have a great connection with these teachers, but they're through our partners, they're not through Ubuntu in itself. So there is absolutely potential to ring fence within that list on page 28 schools and teachers in schools. And how do we create relationships there for joint learning and for dissemination of our work? So I think you've highlighted an area that we certainly can make an inroad into, Catherine, in that linking with schools. So thank you for that. We're going to keep you there, Catherine, in case there's a comment back or you want to come in again. So I'll pass to Nigel and then to Rachel for your views on outreach and how we might implement it going forward. Thanks, Nigel. Here we go. Thank you.
Okay, so yeah, I work for Mary Immaculate College in Thurles. Mary Immaculate College has the primary in Limerick and the post-primary in Thurles. We have a number of about 450 concurrent initial teacher education undergraduate students. So they do their subjects in parallel with their education modules. I'm involved in the education modules on this program. And one of the things that we try and get across to the students is that the education curriculum that we follow is not focused on the content of the actual educational modules that we deliver, but it's more on the process. So because we're a smallish college, we're able to sort of make it much more sort of student focused. So it's much more about developing each individual student teacher capacity to work in a classroom. So that's where our sort of focus is on. So we sort of very much sort of adopt the sort of teaching council's embedded values of respect, care, trust, and integrity, where we try and build into the students' development a strong sense of things like equality. Not only sort of equality in their teaching, but the equality in their dealing with other people, their interactions with various sort of groups and people that they come into contact with. So it's very much developing their personal, individual capacity to understand and get involved in the inclusion and the diversity and the sustainability models that are required in post-primary education. And one of the ways that we sort of try and do this is to get them involved in sort of different sort of stakeholders or different sort of parties or organizations. And one of the ones that we fit very nicely in with is the Fair Trade organization. And I think one of our co-presenters was going to be Peter Gaynor, who's the CEO of Fair Trade Ireland. I'm not sure why he wasn't able to attend. So what we try and do with our students is we develop their understanding of equality and respect and care and trust and sustainability and so on. And we say one of the ways that you can sort of take this on further is by getting involved in the Fair Trade Committee, which the college run. It's run by the students in the college. We've subsequently become a fair trade campus, but we try and show the students how their involvement in fair trade can be taken into their school placement schools. So we show them how to set up a committee if the school isn't running a fair trade committee. We try to show them how to manage the meetings, how to organize and promote it within the school. So there's very much a sort of a leadership aspect with regards to that involvement. So as well as sort of developing and providing an example of how the values of equality and so on can be put into a practical context, we also provide them with the leadership experience of showing them how to manage this in a school. And it sort of promotes an interest and an involvement with the school. And we're able to sort of we're not sure, but we're able to sort of measure how successful our sort of influence in developing sort of certain characteristics, personal characteristics that students develop as a result of their 4 years of initial teacher education by their involvement in things like fair trade. I mean, we also involve them in other things as well. For example, we have we do the Green Campus. We have an enormous amount of students involved in that. We also run maths for disadvantaged and immigrant communities where the students volunteer to provide extra maths for these groups. So we sort of try to measure how successful we are in developing the characteristics and the qualities that we think are important in people leaving our institution and going into schools by seeing their involvement within these sort of various sort of things that we run. And the involvement with fair trade is enormous. It's something that the students really sort of take on board, as with the other things as well. For example, the maths, we have too many volunteers for the number of immigrants and disadvantaged people within the Turles area, which sort of shows how keen they are to sort of get involved in these sort of various activities. We think as a result of us sort of promoting the importance of certain values that we believe that the students should hold. And it's evident in other ways as well. For example, I was on the interview panel for students going on an exchange over to the States, and there was only 15 places for the students to attend this exchange. And every student that we interviewed stressed how important it was for them of their involvement in these stakeholder organizations that we have linked with our program. And we felt it was genuine. They weren't sort of saying it because they thought that's what we want to hear, or that's the way to impress your interviewer in Turles, to say how important fair trade is and these other things. We felt that it was actually a genuine interest, that they felt this is what teachers should be, and these are the values teachers should have. And our involvement in fair trade has sort of given us an example on how we can harness stakeholders into our program to develop the students' capacity to teach.
Okay, and my last before lunch, so I'll be quick. Okay. So I suppose the remit here is to talk about how something can start off as a project and then can evolve into something that's broader in a partnership. So I'm just going to take one example maybe and show you how it started off and where it led to. So one of the first, how many years am I involved in Ubuntu now? Maybe it's 4, I think. I thank Kieran Sugru for handing over the baton to me. I think one of the first projects was on digital storytelling, because it's something that I really liked. And as you all know, I did work in PDST before I joined UCD. So I had links with the technology and education team there, and they came in and did some work with our student teachers. So I suppose in partnership, the first partnership is with your student teachers, and to get buy-in from them that this is something worth doing, because in initial Ubuntu project, it's a co-curricular. So they're taking on something outside of the normal core work of the PME in a very busy time. So why do they do that? There has to be something in it for them. And there's only so many times you can say it's good for your CV. That's, you know, it has to be more than that. It has to be to give them something that is of value they can bring back, and it becomes maybe even reverse mentoring. They can go into a school with a skill that they can be seen as a go-to person to help a school to develop the skill. And within that, they're telling stories about very important issues. So we started off with the PDST technology and education team. They came and they co-wrote a module with us. We built capacity with a group of our student teachers. They went back to their schools, do very interesting projects. And it took off to a certain extent, but it's only taking off now 4 or 5 years down the line, because those student teachers that took part in the first iteration are back working with us as alumni in our program. So I've handed that module over to them, and they come and teach that module. So other PME students can see, you know, if you see it, you can be it. So they're looking at fantastic role models that are just teachers that are just a few years ahead of them, come in to do very interesting work. So one example is one of those student teachers who took part in the very first digital storytelling module. So she's working closely enough to the university. She came in to take, we want to get the full PME group to see if they'd be interested in doing the digital storytelling. And she did a session, and I actually thought it didn't go well because she tried to pack in too much in a session. So 2 days later, one of the PMEs that was there got back and said, can I just show you a story that one of my junior cycle students did for their CBA? And it was all about something that happened in the news around some catastrophe that happened, but it all built in pieces around global citizenship and everything like that. And I said, oh, that's brilliant. So the day that former student teacher, who's now a qualified teacher, who's working with us, the day that she did that session, it wasn't as much of a disaster as I thought, because one student teacher went back to their school and did something interesting. A few days later, another student teacher said, can you please ask all the student teachers to help us? They entered a competition where 20 students in a class, it was a transport competition, and they did a beautiful video around using bicycles around Dublin. And they actually won a competition where 20 of the class got a bike worth €400 each. Those two things happened because of that session that student teacher did. That happened because of the Ubuntu network project that happened a few years ago. So I said, okay, I have to push this further. And as Hargreaves said, I think it's Hargreaves who said it, you know, assessment is the tail that wags the dog. So if you want to get buy-in right across the full PME program, obviously you want people doing things because it's good for, you know, education purposes, but also there has to be something in it from the point of view of assessment as well, if they're investing time and energy. So one way is that in our pedagogy module, we do insist that at least one of the lesson plans, because Tricia talked about the importance of lesson plans, at least one of the lesson plans they put forward as part of their portfolio must look at how they deal with global citizenship education in whatever subject it is. That's one way. But the second way now is that we've opened up the option that instead of writing an essay for some of the foundational modules, they can actually present it in the form of a digital story. But there must be some element of at least one sustainable development goal or some element of linking it in with global citizenship education. So that's where we are with that. And the linkage there, the partnership there is partnership with not just PDST, but now the Department of Education is looking to see, they're looking now to link more with that there's the IT link more with PDST and links more with, you know, right across the continuum. So they can see that these things are happening. So they're looking to do more to see how can we learn from each other in that area. And also the Teaching and Learning Forum in the HEA, they're looking at universal design for learning. So I just happened to get some funding to do some investigation into how students, how we can bring digital storytelling into assessment. So now that's feeding into the rest of the university. So it's kind of partnership going across the university saying, well, look at how can we all, coming from different disciplines, use different forms of assessment. So these things have all kind of emerged because of the initial Ubuntu and kind of seed funding, if you like. But the ideas are, it's not only getting out the ideas around alternative forms of assessment, but that in no matter what you do, you can bring in very pertinent issues around global citizenship education into everything. It's a terrible term to get out all in one go when you're trying to speak fast. So that's just an example. And then just to sum up that, because of working in that space, I suppose by default, I've kind of moved into the space with technology. I know what Ollie is saying about things that sometimes they can be very, some of the research can be looking at. I'd like to progress and develop more around the area. So I see virtual reality as a form of digital storytelling in a way as well. And then that brought in the idea that you share these things. The digital storytelling makes it easier to share your story, to share your work. And then a big buy-in is that if you want to share your work, and post-COVID now, thank God, to bring students or pupils from the schools where your student teachers are teaching, they go out to do something interesting. The proof in the pudding is seeing what their pupils do. The more often you can bring those pupils into your university to show off what they're doing, that's going full circle. Now, the challenge in that is that that's true partnership, because everybody that is involved in the process is coming back to show and learn from each other. But that is labor, and that's time and labor and resource intensive. And there's always a tension that if I'm putting my time and energy into something like that, then I don't have time to do the research. And I know even from a promotion point of view in university, they are looking at, there's various different strands, your teaching, your research, your outreach. But outreach really has to get a more equal footing with research, because of the, and that impact, that's huge. That can have huge impact when people are actually in a room and sharing ideas and sharing from each other in person. But that's something that just might need to be kind of viewed on as being very valuable. It probably will never get equal status to research, but it's just something to, so that's just one kind of story. But there are various other projects that we have that started off from an initial idea with Ubuntu, but it's grown into other bigger projects. But I just I'd stick with one just to make the point. So, okay.
Thanks, Rachel. And it's a point really well made. And I suppose what's instrumental that you maybe haven't noted in that was your connection with the PTSD and your relationship that you had with them. And it was through that you managed to build this up into something that student teachers could develop their digital storytelling through there and communicate it out then to schools and come full circle again. So, and again, I think if we look across the board at other institutions, I'm thinking Maynooth, I'm thinking Cork, I'm thinking all of the other institutions have these great links with other organizations. So again, if we did an audit to see where we're already linking and outreaching, we actually probably would have a tremendous number of potential opportunities that are there. But it's great to see the knock-on effect, and sometimes you think something doesn't go well and then you get a positive reinforcement back. It really does show the effect. And Nigel, I think in terms of the fair trade, I think when you get student teachers on the ground actually working for a cause, or working and seeing the impact that they make, then they buy into it and they feel that sense of belonging to it as well. So I think with Catherine, the linking to the schools and establishing those links and building those through outreach, the linking with the NGOs and what NGOs do. And Jerry down there is always a massive advocate of the NGOs and our linking with the NGOs. And then Rachel through the PDST and other organizations, that these enrich us and they develop what it is that we do in order for us to reach our goals better. We need to go to lunch. Otherwise, I would open out the floor there for comments. But in order for us to get to lunch and get back by maybe 2:10, we will move on. Unless there's anybody that has a burning comment or question. Okay, folks, we're upstairs for lunch, so right back to the entrance as you came in. The room on the right is the East Room. It's beautifully laid out, so we will have lunch there, and we'll be back here at 1:10. So we have just shy of an hour for lunch, and our 10:02. So for our final session, then the Kieran and Joanne will lead us on. Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. If you have comments based on the contributions here, be sure to jot them down. We'll come back to them at 2 or 10 past. Shane and Seamus, will you be sure to come to lunch as well? Good stuff upstairs in the East Room. Thanks ever so much, everyone. Back here for the last session of today. We're looking at GCE and leadership in initial teacher education. So I suppose one of the things we spoke about, one of the challenges we spoke about is I suppose the fear or the idea that perhaps global citizenship education would be seen as just another thing that has to get done, and that is something that we don't want to see happening as a result of CAME. So I suppose we look at leadership as an important element in ensuring the GCE is integrated in a good and positive and genuine way. So this presentation is by Ciarán O'Gallagher, who's in Maynooth University now, was in UL for a good number of years, and a former employee of the Ubuntu network as well. So Ciarán, you're welcome back. And Joanne, as you know, is academic coordinator of the Ubuntu network. So they presented this paper in Italy a number of weeks ago. So yeah, so we'll just hand it over. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Deirdre. Yes, we presented in Italy. Maria Campbell has already got round one, version one. We've tried to reassure her that it has actually even evolved since. So maybe this is the working title the paper had. The title has even changed, but we said in order not to throw Deirdre over the edge completely, we won't start changing things before and after the fact. So I suppose just to give a little bit of context to the paper, any of you, and especially my UL colleagues that know me, you know I'm happiest when I'm in positivism land, when there is a hypothesis that I can set, that I can decide how I can measure it, measure impact, quantitative data, stats. That's my happy place. That's my home. And then, I engage with colleagues across the Ubuntu network and my colleagues in the School of Education. And I've worked with Ciarán for years, and Deirdre and our colleague Orla, who are co-authors in this paper. And suddenly we start veering into the realms of existential questioning. If Steve O'Brien was here, he would love this because he would say, I am after having a lobotomy. So I want to invite you. I'm going to do a very much contextual piece to start with. I'm going to be a very poor teacher and just read straight from the slides because this is not new information for anyone in this room. And then I'm going to pass over to my colleague Ciarán, who's going to get you to the interesting part. And what I'd really love is anything that we talk about in this presentation, I really want to invite dialogue and engagement in terms of some of those critical questions that we want to pose through this paper. As I said, it's evolving, it's moving. This is its second outing and it has even evolved since. And I have no doubt by the time it gets to any sort of an output, it'll have evolved even further. But quintessentially where we started off looking at the CAME standards because we both had been involved in doing a lot of work in preparation of our pro forma here at the University of Limerick. And we started to question around the idea of leadership as a pinch point for the advancement of global citizenship education, and particularly from the perspective of looking at the Ubuntu network. Because we said, look at the Ubuntu network. We have such fantastic champions and advocates for GCE within our network. But we now realize that a teacher educator is more than that, expert area. We now have a responsibility for GCE, literacy, digital competence, etc. And we started to really look at ourselves, hence the existential journey that I was taken upon or dragged upon. So I suppose in terms of looking then at the focus of our paper for today, the focus largely set out to explore and problematize not just the integration of GCE in ITE curricula, but vitally our own hidden role as teacher educators and as actors of governmentality and the resultant power games of our policy responses, which lead to our enactment of those mandates. So that's a fine mouthful. So you can imagine my after lunch, after that beautiful meal. But maybe just to look at that. So there's a number of foci in this paper that we're really challenged by and really trying to grapple. So it's not only the complex contested area of GCE, it's not only bringing it from the margins where it has been into that kind of integrative process that Paul alluded to this morning in terms of the CAME standards, but it's also then at that third layer, the looking inwards, the looking to ourselves. And I think that's what has really driven our passion for this paper, because we're really starting to look at ourselves quite seriously in terms of our role.
I think that I think that's one of the hardest things about maybe our conversations, that the most head scratching part is that we probably started out talking about the GCE mandate from the Teaching Council, and it very quickly spiraled into a, oh my God, where do I position myself here? And where am I within this mandate? Where am I within CAME? Where am I within my role as a teacher educator, as an academic within an institution? So very quickly, none of these are one singular pieces. They're all connected and within a wonderful spiral of our own uniqueness. But that's the head scratcher here. So if there's any feedback possible from this, I think we'd very much appreciate it as well, especially when we get into the actual response as part of it.
And that's the fun then of working with your colleagues in this, because suddenly we were engaging in spaces of identity, for example. How did I end up a teacher educator? What was my journey here, my professional journey? How has my professional journey developed and evolved in terms of building my own capacity and skill set? So we were really circling the drain with all these questions, reflecting them back and over between ourselves. But we were happy in that space, I have to admit. And we're still happy there for the most part at the moment. So just then, in terms of the science bit that is, not lost on anyone in this audience, I suppose the key tagline from this is that both the policy and practice space is completely poised and primed for the integration of GCE in initial teacher education. And this is coming across both the literature and the national and international policy infrastructure. We have the report from the UN Decade of Education for Sustainable Development, 2005-2014, which sets the foreground for this. We have the UN Sustainable Goals, and we've heard some exemplars from this morning's inputs and how these have been integrated into the teacher education space in our own context. We have the Education 2030 Incheon Declaration and Framework for action for the implementation of sustainable development, and particularly Goal 4, which sets out to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and lifelong learning. And then we have also the roadmap, for education for sustainable development. So that's from an international perspective in terms of both policy and practice. And equally, we have the OECD PISA Global Competence Framework and the Council of Europe Charter on Education for Democratic Citizenship and Human Rights Education. So we have numerous policy documents here that set this context as pump primed. But I suppose just because it's in the policy document, we have that classic statement of the rhetoric versus the reality. And equally, the interpretation of the rhetoric, not a mind how that ends up in the classroom. I shared an interesting anecdote with somebody earlier on when our first 4 speakers came this morning. They all alluded to getting the same brief from Deirdre. I think it was a conversation I was having with Brenda, and I was sharing with her, often as teacher educators, we might get the same brief, but how we decide to interpret it can be vastly different. So, that's something we know about ourselves. The national context we're very familiar with. We have the new Department of Education, National Education Development Strategy. We have the Department of Foreign Affairs Global Citizenship Education Strategy 21 to 25. And then, of course, at post-primary school level, we have both the junior cycle framework, for example, where 23 out of the 27 statements of learning include that focus on global citizenship and education for sustainable development. And notwithstanding that, one of our most recent developments at senior cycle level has been the introduction of a new subject at senior cycle level, which was a great announcement as well in terms of that context. The Teaching Council, we have our CAME standards where, unlike the point Ollie shared, the point Ollie shared with us this morning, and which was brought up by many of our Ubuntu colleagues in our previous assembly and dialogue days, was where we started to query, yes, GCE being identified as a core element, this is a hugely positive thing. But like that, we started to question and problematize. The Teaching Council use one definition for GCE. And I remember even when we started our accreditation process here in UL, we started into a big body of work in, okay, that's what the Teaching Council define it, but how do we define the term? And Deirdre Hogan led out a great piece of work here in our school around, problematizing that and working with the Global Citizenship Education Working Group that was working in tandem. There are huge contested areas in that space. We have the Code of Professional Practice from the Teaching Council that sets out those 4 values, that Nigel alluded to as well earlier on. And then we have global citizenship education being supported by the work of the Ubuntu Network, DICE, and Worldwide Global Schools, and that fourth strategic partner that I mentioned as well this morning that will work to support primary schools in this space. So I suppose that's just a little bit of context in terms of where we're at. And I suppose some of the issues that either support, but also give us another lens for problematization as we work through this.
Sorry, I'm actually gonna slide this over. And so then in terms of how we started exploring the role of a teacher educator or what it means to be a teacher educator, it doesn't take you a lot of searching to find that the literature around teacher education and being a teacher educator is in a total panic and a crisis around the epistemic dominance of whose voice is counted for, whose voice is heard within policy mandates, within educational discourses. And so I think that's key to maybe how we're framing and how we're approaching our own view of our own role within this particular policy mandate. So, there's ongoing questions about, where and who is best suited to lead the initial teacher education of teachers. That is it academy situated academics, or is it the school-based turn that we've seen in so many other jurisdictions? Or is it, practice experienced teachers, or full-time academics who are best suited? You also have the question, and it's a huge question in Australia at the moment, around classroom readiness, that leaving your undergraduate or your 2-year PME program, and how ready for the classroom are you? And then what we also see then is that within broader educational discourses, this assumed idea of epistemological dominance, that it's very much ideologically and epistemologically conforming and very much common, that there's very little debate. And I think Ken Zeichner has a fantastic labeling of knowledge ventriloquism, that a lot of policy decision making is made using research that's funded by policymakers and then used as, well, this is what was founded. I think a lot of the positivity that we discussed earlier on research features very much in this as well, that it's very much shallow. Yes, there was positive perceptions. Does that mean we build a policy around it or a mandate around it? And so then, looking at, and I think if I can advise anybody to read anything out of this, and I know nobody likes homework, but I would really recommend people to read the Asia Pacific editorial that came out the second quarter of the year, because they very much capture this, that the crisis is based on a power relations in terms of epistemic dominance, that teacher educators feeling as if we've lost our own legitimacy and relevance at the table, and that we're actually not being heard in terms of some of these key ideas and key matters. So again, that epistemic dominance too just leads into the whose voice matters in the policy making and the policy conversations, but then also a distrust. And we've seen this is a huge thing in the US and in the UK at the moment, around a distrust of the academic voice and of the academy and its role in teacher education. So what that brings us to there, and because we focus on the idea of power relations and the power games around it, so we focus on the subject who leads, which is the teacher educator themselves. So we've approached this from Foucault's understanding of the subject from that dual component, where they're both a self-configurative and a subject, but I suppose shaped by social interactions as well. And so Foucault's idea, and I know after lunch everyone always wants to talk about Foucauldian, and I'm aware of that, so I'm going to brush quickly through it. But with the way Foucault saw human interaction and social being, was that we're constantly embroidered in these power relations, that to be is to exist means to engage in these power relations, these relationships in which I'm self-configurative, I'm setting the scene for myself, I'm determining how I want to grow, how I want to function, but at the same time I'm also coexisting with other individuals and with the social structures in which I engage, and so they're having a shaping, binding process on who I am and how I choose to exist. But Foucault then also extended that idea then to the idea of deliberate subjectification, which he referred to as governmentality, which is the combination of the term government and rationality, and that's the purposeful shaping of an individual. And I think sometimes this is seen as a negative, but our role as teacher educators is to shape, to an extent, shape future educators, future potential activists, future agents. So again, the governmentality is not necessarily a derogatory term or a negative term, although sometimes it can be seen that way. So in terms of this, in terms of these ideas, in terms of what the teacher educator potentially is, then, so as the literature would very much mark out, teacher educators are key in terms of policy reform, because it's the teacher educators that put into practice the policy mandates, especially within teacher education. And I'll show you in a second an example of that. But if we look at this from a Foucauldian lens, the teacher educators are actually, we as teacher educators are governors of policy. It's our role to subject student teachers to how we've interpreted the field, how we've interpreted the mandate. And so we exist in this Foucauldian triangle as Nietzsche, it's N-I-E-S-H-E. He's an academic from Australia. So as he termed principles as acting in this Foucauldian triangle, that they're self-configurative, that they have an idea of how they want to perform the role of a principal. They're subjected to their social surroundings and their social settings, but then they also are governors of the schools that they run. So we very much resemble that Foucauldian triangle of the school principal. And I think what's incredibly stark here is what the mandate is from the Teaching Council. The mandate is a UNESCO definition, and then just simply this paragraph from the Teaching Council saying that global citizenship education to include ESD, well-being, social justice, interculturalism. There should be a demonstrable integration between inclusive education and global citizenship education rooted in the principle of care for others. That's it. Like, that's the mandate. That's what we've been asked to do as teacher educators. The roadmap, it's very much like we have total freedom in terms of, to an extent, within the construction of how we realize that and how we enact that, how we translate that into practice and pedagogy within our own programs. So the question then that myself, Joanne, Deirdre, and Orla have is, how might we respond to such a mandate considering this Foucauldian framework? And within the actual paper, we go into the idea around compliance or contestation of policy. But we're not going to go into that here. But I suppose the pathway into the responses is that it's not as simple of I comply with the policy mandate or I contest it. That's a lot more nuanced. That the path itself is a lot more jagged and probably more dangerous and potentially egotistical as well. So in terms of response one, our first response is nothing. That we could do nothing about it. No, that's not really that's not an option. I suppose formally as an institution that provides teacher education for the reaccreditation of the program, you have to include it. So nothing is not an option. Okay, that's essentially removed from us. Although we do have individual options of doing nothing, which you could term as ignoring. So if we look at the individually exclusive, so myself and Joanne have talked about this quite a bit, that if we talk about the serendipitous pathways that teacher educators take into the role, that a lot of times we come from niche specialisms or niche experts, and perhaps sustainability or global citizenship isn't part of that. Perhaps I'm very much rooted to my discipline, or I'm very much rooted towards, that I'm very much rooted towards, I'm a mathematics teacher educator, and I'm stuck within that there. So a lot of times we can say that idea that, well, it's not my area or it's not my key strength. And I think, Ollie, we found this before too, around the idea of digital technology, that, it's normally the techie person in the school who leads out on the digital technology reform. And I think, I didn't know about the DCU the DCU publication recently around GCE and digital technology. I think that's fascinating. I must actually look that up, that Paul mentioned earlier. But I can also deliberately ignore it as well. So, and again, this is the power games of the academic and vying for position or for tenure or for permanence or what's, I suppose, for a CV perspective, what's more important. And so that, and I think about my role in Ubuntu, and I think it was 2014, I had a research assistant job, I think so. But from that point, then there was completing a PhD, establishing a career, and so that a lot of my engagement with Ubuntu was going for a cigarette with Joanne. But again, and having those conversations and finding out what's happening with the network in terms of that perspective. So there's deliberate ignoring as well. So it's not just as simple as doing nothing. The second one then is around an optical endeavor, and I think we see this very often, and it's becoming more and more prevalent around institutional. From an institutional point of view, we have things like greenwashing, where I won't name the corporate or the conglomerate restaurant, but the idea of the switching from plastic straws to paper straws.
So just one, these slides go to Gabriela, so I'm struggling to take notes.
Oh yeah, definitely. So one very well known double arches, golden arches restaurant. I use restaurant very loosely, but did the big greenwashing idea of we're changing out our straws to plastic straws, we're getting rid of plastic and it'll all be paper. Based on the amount of complaints that they received, then they had to thicken the paper straws, and the paper straws are no longer recyclable. But again, they're pushing the idea of green, and if you look at the labeling on a lot of their packaging now, it's the arches have become green. So again, that's that literal idea of greenwashing. It's the optical endeavor of change, of responding to a policy mandate or a policy request around becoming more sustainable, more environmental. Then we also have the idea of virtue signaling. And this is prevalent, I think, within the academy. Virtues of institutional equality, for example, that if we look at the idea of Athena Swan, and Athena Swan is a fantastic endeavor. I'm not criticizing that, but what I'm criticizing is pushing forward the virtuousness of the Athena Swan attainment, while some institutions have closed non-academic staff progression routes and non-academic staff work rights for promotion and job reevaluation, which is absolutely disgraceful. But again, the idea of virtue signaling. So then the other one then is around an individual. So we have the surface level engagement that, and again, Ali, we've talked about this before around the technopositivity. So being big on including technology into my classes and having technopositive attitudes. And Deirdre, some of your research has found this as well, around having attitudes around sustainable development and global citizenship doesn't necessarily mean it's innovative pedagogies and practices. So you can have strong attitudes about it, and you can be very much around marketing the idea, but whether that relates or translates into something effective in the classroom or something else. And then the other example there around that could be just deliberate, purposeful language shifts that I remember. This is me being bold now again, but I remember around the junior cycle framework coming in. One of the things that I did around school placement was we rebranded objectives for learning intentions, and then after a while, we started getting a better understanding of what it meant to have learning intentions, success criteria. Over time, they changed, but we needed the initial facelift. We needed the initial incorporation of the language, because that's what was expected of us from an institutional point. And our third one is a difficult one. And our third one is one that we're probably still struggling with, and that we're still debating ourselves. And I'd love some input from you around it. But the third one then is around, okay, so if the first one is to ignore, do nothing, and the second one is to engage at a surface level, at a safe, comfortable level, what would it look like to have a messy, dialogic, paradigmatic shift, which is what the literature around GCE and the integration of GCE is calling for, a paradigm shift? What does an overhaul look like? And so one of the things that we're actually building towards or suggesting towards is a collaborative dialogic space. And if I suppose if we had a chance to do the slides again based on some of the conversations today, we'd have incorporated a lot more of it. But I think I'm going to give over to Joanne to talk about the actual the potential road path that Response 3 can take through the work of the Ubuntu network.
Thanks, Kieran. So if you look at that slide there in terms of that messy dialogic paradigm shift, and even recount some of the conversations that have happened in this room this morning, some of the ideas that were shared, some of the challenges that were put forward, and you look at a focus on collaborative dialogue and space. Like, you know, I took you back to the focus of our paper. Like, the focus of our paper had about like 6 different concepts. Kieran pointed out to you the way GCE is presented in the KM standards. There's about 15 different complex contested concepts there. And like, when you talk about collaboration, dialogue, and space in teacher education, like, if I seriously asked you to, you know, engage with those 3 words, I can guarantee you there'd be a lot of thoughts shared. But then you knock into that a conversation about values, conversation about beliefs, about pedagogy, about sectoral issues and interests, and then about research. Like, we're not dealing with an onion here anymore. We've the whole field. So then I bring you back, right back to where Deirdre started us off at 10 past 10 this morning. And we look at the Ubuntu network. Does the Ubuntu network provide a possible pathway, a space for dialogue to start really interrogating and having time? Because that's one of the strengths of this network for nearly 2 decades: dialogue, space, community, and collaboration. We've been doing this. But we maybe need to challenge ourselves a little bit further, because if we really start to incorporate the meaning of GCE and ESD from the literature in terms of that seeking out of that paradigm shift, I use, when Kieran talks to me about the 3 options of this paper, option 3 to me is drop the grenade, because you're talking about thinking about education in a different way. So then you look at the Ubuntu strategy and you say, are there opportunities built into this strategy? Like I alluded to this morning with you all, we built the strategy together, but it'll also be us that actually lives out and delivers this strategy. And I heard a great talk from somebody recently, and the title of the talk was, "You make the path as you walk it." And we're in the space of making the path as we walk it, because we have put in our strategic plan an infrastructure around curriculum, around building the capacity of our educators, around a vision and focus for research, and around our vision for outreach. But if you go back to those 3 options, what's really key for us to potentially explore as a community is any of the work that we engage in under those 4 core areas. Are we in option 1, 2, or 3 in terms of what we set out to achieve? And you also have all those layers from your individual level, from you as a champion or an advocate for GCE at school level in your institution. And some of the challenges we identified there even earlier this morning around taking it out into your own school, taking it out into your own department, institution, interinstitutional. And you'll see there just on that slide, the small text is actually just a recap of Deirdre, what she introduced you this morning in terms of the foci of those 4 areas. So you see in terms of the curriculum, it's around partnership, it's around projects, it's around working with Irish Aid's other strategic partners, Worldwise and DICE, and it's around collecting exemplars of artifacts. In terms of focusing on our educators' capacity, it's around reviewing the professional development needs and learning needs of teacher educators. And for me, that is a core area of focus, because I think our role as teacher educators, which we've been grappling with so much in this paper in terms of shining a light on ourselves, and not so much from a celebratory perspective, but rather a perspective of, we feel maybe we've been in the dark for a while. And we actually need to focus on ourselves in terms of what we need. The inclusion of GCE in KM has been a phenomenal development, but what it has brought to the fore is it has brought and shone a light on a raft of capacity issues for teacher educators across the board and even outside of our network. And from an outreach perspective, we talked about engaging with stakeholders and advocacy, which we, explored quite a bit this morning, and how the Ubuntu network works. So focused on those core areas, we work with our partners, our stakeholders, we work with our assembly members who are key, and other stakeholders across the network. So can you see opportunities around option 3, working within that space, and also considering that that space is not bounded? It's not a pre-written script. So in terms of that paradigmatic shift, Can you see opportunities that emerge there? Can you see opportunities for, going beyond the surface level approach as described in option 2? And naturally, of course, any of these considerations come with some health warnings.
So then around the possible implications of this. So, I think we've been deliberate in not using the term conclusions. Because the paper's not finished yet, but that's one reason. But around possible implications, that it is around that idea of critically questioning and even examining, or having a critical consciousness of what our role as a teacher educator is, that what it actually means to be a teacher educator, especially within a time of such broadening of what it means to be a teacher educator. And I'd agree, Ollie, with what you said earlier about CAIM, that I wouldn't necessarily see it as a welcomed inclusion, and fully that it's not something that we should just totally wholeheartedly embrace. That there's a threat with CAIM, that CAIM is essentially telling us what our role is, and I'd question then that the path that we've all taken towards becoming a teacher educator, or on our own serendipitous journey, our own individual pathways, our own unique interests, and what we explored through our doctoral studies, or what we explored in our path towards it. Does CAIM challenge that now? Does CAIM ask for an integrative professional teacher educator? Is this the start of the professional teacher educator competencies that we've seen in so many jurisdictions, so many very, very close jurisdictions? That is this a way of actually pushing towards that there? So that's the point then around the integrative piece. Then also around the potential for this to be an analytical framework relevant throughout IT. That we've only used the GCE mandate as one particular lens to look at this through. We could have looked at this through any particular aspect of CAIM, or through any of the policy documents guiding our and shaping and subjecting our work. And so two of the questions that we probably have emerging for this for ourselves is, why is it that we're the ones that are in the room? That what is it about us that have decided to be here? What's our role as possibly advocates of such a thing when we do go back to our own host institutions, or our own host departments or schools of education? What's our role, and how can we be critically reflective of that? And then also, as Joanne says, and as we've alluded to quite a bit, that considering this potential slide towards the integrative professional, what does this say then in terms of our own professional development, learning needs, and our own personal development growth that's required? I think also what we're trying to establish as a possible indication is the potential of an Ubuntu-like network as a strategic network to ensue teacher education sovereignty, and such a thing, to actually provide legitimacy and relevance to a voice of teacher educators within the CAIM standards, or the future CAIM standards, which is what my question earlier was around. Potentially an output for Ubuntu before 2027 could be affecting how CAIM, the next iteration of CAIM, positions development education or global citizenship education. That's a particular goal, but for that, you need the network to have that sovereignty, that actual space, that dialogic space to push forward that relevant and legitimate talking point. Yeah, and so I suppose that's the idea, that that as teacher educators we may be seemingly powerless in terms of policy direction, but we are incredibly powerful in terms of how they get enacted, how policies are enacted within our teacher education programs. But I do have a caution. I put this in today without Joanne seeing it. I do have a caution, and possibly a warning to any network. And I know I haven't really gone. I tried to maybe pull back on the Foucauldian piece today. But I think it's very important that we probably finish with this based on what's emerging for Ubuntu and for all the developments that are actually occurring with it, that epistemic dominance should not be the goal. That, okay, as teacher educators, we may feel that we've lost our epistemic voice, or we've lost our epistemic spot at the table. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we need to overthrow what's in place at the moment. It's actually just pushing for our own relevance and our own legitimacy to be heard. So it's not necessarily that we need to, dethrone what's there at the moment. It's just that we need probably a more a stronger sounding voice, because, and I think this is the Orwellian caution here, that all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. So it's not necessarily that a network pushes for sole dominance of the conversation of global citizenship education. It's just that it's a loud partner at the table, and at the table in terms of the full educational discourse around the particular disciplinary issue. And so again, that's one of the key messages that came out of that Kettle editorial from the Asia Pacific Journal around that dialogic space to reestablish our own relevance and legitimacy within the field of education. Yep, that's it. Yeah. That was the salmon roe.
Oh, we'd love if you're not like bored to death. We'd love comments.
If you could finish the paper for us.
Feedback, thoughts, because like I have to admit, we're really enjoying these. Ali, go ahead. I'll stop talking.
So as the residential Foucauldian scholar in the room, I was terrified of this one. Go on.
I think that I like the idea that I think teacher education needs to kind of take back space. Teacher education needs to take back space that's been kind of slowly chipped away for the last 10 years because of, a turf war effectively with accreditation and stuff like that. I think though, when we, and I like the idea that, look, we're not asking to dominate the kind of debate or the arguments. We're looking for legitimacy of our own voice, because I actually think you mentioned about the idea of greenwashing, and I actually think there's a level of GCE washing going on in government policy and the CAME documents, because I actually did an analysis of the CAME documents from the perspective of digital technology and found that actually teacher educators are largely absent from all national policy in relation to digital technology. You won't see one mention of teacher educator in any digital technology policy. We don't exist. We are an invisible group that have no identity at all. And even if you look at the Teaching Council's representation and their desire to have student teachers have access to more qualified teachers as possible, they're airbrushing us out of the equation. So I think it's really important we do that. But I think that there's another thing which I think is probably worth really emphasizing, is that we are in a kind of, I would call it a contradictory context, because at one level you've shown loads of global, supranational, and also then national policies that emphasize kind of GCE and Dev Ed. But then you put that beside, I call it the STEMification, if you will, of the education system, which is very much driven by global corporations that are concerned about supply pipelines in terms of tech talent and STEM talent. And that completely, and that's based on a continuous growth model of global capitalism that completely goes against the whole principles of our own GCE. So I think, like, you could argue at one level, like a lot of Irish policy, we talk a great talk. You know what I mean? There's a veneer of GCE in our educational policy at national level going right through it. But actually, look, I'll give the example of the Leaving Cert Computer Science, for example, was announced by a minister and developed and implemented in schools in less than a year. Like that's the power of let's call it this wider STEM agenda. Now, like I was part of it. I chaired the development group, so I'm not saying, but that gives you an indication of what's prioritized is subjects and innovations that tend to serve wider. And that goes back to my point earlier on. This is the wider economic system that we need to educate people about, because that's driving education policy. And I think actually one thing I would say as part of this GCE washing that you could make reference to in the context part of it, I don't consider that this new Leaving Cert subject around sustainability a good move at all, because this has basically inoculated every other teacher from addressing the issue. And if you look at the number of people that will eventually do this subject, out of about 50, 60,000 students that will do Leaving Cert every year, if you've got 6,000 students across the country to do this subject, that will be an absolutely massive achievement. So I actually think it's again going back to this GCE washing. It's like if somebody else's responsibility now, so I don't have to worry about GC and Dev Ed. So like, I think that kind of contradictory context, And I think it's up to us. I agree 100% in the thesis of your paper, because it's really up to us to educate people about the contradictory nature of government policy, and also how that needs to be kind of in some way rectified. That, like, nobody, I think Emma O'Kelly at the time of the government announcement mentioned the idea, is this is just an example of greenwashing? And it was kind of dismissed out hand. But like, I think there was a lot of merit in what she said. And I think it's up to us to legitimize our voice and actually raise this. Well, actually, this could, in a contradictory way, damage the agenda here. You know, a bit like digital tech. Oh, well, look, there's a person to do the digital tech, so we don't have to worry about it. So, you know, I really like the structure. I really like the central argument of it. And I'm just wondering, for an international audience, maybe the feedback I give is that maybe highlight that contradictory nature of the national context. We talk a great talk, but actually it's a veneer of green or GCE washing.
Yeah, and I think
Well, thanks. It was really, I really enjoyed it.
Thanks. I think Geraldine has a question next, but I think something that's particularly unique to the Irish context as well is the fact that, you know, the political and media distrust of the academy in the US in particular. You know, they're business organizations. That a university is a business within themselves, and a lot of them are privately funded. Whereas I don't think we've seen the same political distrust of the academy in Ireland yet, because they're publicly funded bodies, and then that would raise questions around the targeting and the use of public funds around that. So I think that there's the contradiction there too, that as public servants, and our role in terms of the enactment of such a mandate, of such a policy, and then being kept within this whole idea of, well, the simple surface response too of GCE washing as well. I think it's a very important point and contribution. Thanks. Yeah, sorry.
I just wanted to say I'm definitely in agreement with Ali on what he's saying there about, I suppose, that bigger political economic push that's on for this global world. In the early 1800s, you know, the corporate world wanted nation states. And I think in the early part of this century now, they're looking for one big global world. In a sense, a citizen of a nation state is somebody who pays their taxes. So where is the global citizen going to lob their taxes in another way? But what I loved about your paper and what I'm hearing you saying and what I'm really liking is the Foucauldian piece to it. What you're saying that I think is really important to hold on to is the nuance piece that you have in it, and the fact that you have this construct, if you like, open to critique. And I think that's really what the best we can do in a way, and it's our job in a sense. I think as educators and as teacher educators, our job is to socialize and subjectifies, you know, young people into society, into the social world that we're in and we're living in. But it's also for us to make space for something new and better to arise without any of us claiming arrogantly that we have the answer as to how that will be. So we mustn't step in front of the next generation trying to make this a better global world. But it's our job to keep that space open, like our foot in the door in a way, in a sense. So my feel for Ireland would be that if there's no mention of Ireland, if it's going to be a global citizen, you are not an Irish citizen and not a European citizen, that there's a petri dish growing in a way across the country. If you go for the global, you'll almost build a Brexit behind you. In a way, you'll start getting a nationalistic thing to break out, that there's a danger of that too, because we've multiple identities. We live in a certain corner of the world with a tribe in our planet, in our space. So why not have citizenship embracing a wider space? But I think the work that you're doing and that continue to do through Ubuntu, I mean, this has got a very important piece to it, to keep the critique piece open. I think the nuance, and then there isn't an arrogance of shutting it down and saying, here's the answer. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Geraldine.
Thanks, Geraldine. I think though that's why we really wanted to put out that invitation to you, because we're inviting you to engage in a dialogue with us, because these are ideas that like we're really taken with and grappling with, but there's so many layers to them in terms of that kind of idea, a global citizen of a or a nation state. But there's also the piece about us as teacher educators. And I think that's the piece my heart and soul kind of is drawn to. Kieran is great on Foucault. I'm brought in the teacher educator piece in terms of our role has evolved. There was a great publication recently in IES from a colleague, and I can't remember their names, but they did an analysis of how educational research has informed Irish policy. It's very easy. I'm sure you can all draw the conclusion very quickly with me. It hadn't and didn't. So, you know, it's that whole conversation even. And even when I hear Kieran present beside me and he presents the kind of, you know, hypothesis or the idea of our paper from the perspective of legitimizing ourselves, that even sometimes doesn't sit well with me, because I'm thinking, why or how did I end up having to be in a position where I had to legitimize my own existence?
Can I answer that?
Oh, geez, if you have an answer, knock yourself out.
I
I
didn't.
have an answer, but I don't maybe
Yeah.
agree with it. Yeah.
I didn't put it in the slides, but I think it's ironic that and it goes back to Zeichner's idea of knowledge ventriloquism, that, you know, for 20 plus years, we as teacher educators have been calling for the diversification of teacher education. We've actually we sentence ourselves to death, you know, by broadening the idea of stakeholders, and so it's that idea now, because the one of the keynotes at ATE last week was around democracy and the democracy of voice, and you could almost see that, oh crap, it's gone too far. I need to reclaim this. I need to pull back a bit. So I think for me, that's I think from that's the narrative I see in the literature around where did it go wrong in terms of legitimizing, and then as Ali and Geraldine both rightly point out, the growth of, you know, the economic sector and the actual the lobbying arm around educational policy and educational discourses,
And the huge practice turn, because look what's happening in our nearest neighbors. You know, like at a very brief level, the agenda is close down the academies because the knowledge is in the schools. You are surplus to requirement because you are lefty Marxists. That is literally the bottom line. So, you know, and in some regards, I've been thinking about that in my mind all day. And I was thinking to myself, if if Ofsted and the DFE in the UK came into this room, they'd be running us out into the river because we're like a little hotbed. But, you know, that is the space of teacher education, and not just in the UK. You know, it's in the States as well. So sorry, my apologies.
Thank you. When I first, before we began, Deirdre kindly welcomed four of us for the first time, and I had come here in a listening mode, but I also realized that there are some people here who haven't met me in a previous life, and those who have also have met me in the previous life, they probably, you know, don't know that much about me. So I thought it's just appropriate that I introduce myself. Indeed, during lunchtime, Louis here was wondering when I first arrived here, and I said, if I get a chance, I'll do an introduction. I'll be very brief because I know, you know, time is over. It's way over. Now, I first arrived in this country at a time when a certain Michael O'Leary became the Tonister, and O'Leary, the socialist. This was in June 1981, and since then I have lived in the north, come back here. My presence here really stems from the questions people have been asking me: where are you from? What is it like? We also, I mean, among us Africans, we kind of ask questions like, what do they know about us? What are they saying about us? And how do these two questions reflect our own reality? Now, that is what led me to this work I'm doing. Basically, we say we are telling the story about Africa, which people don't usually hear. And in the classroom context, to relate it to what Paul was saying, to me, GCE, as some of you may be familiar, from those across the the Irish Sea, stands for General Certificate of Education. And it's one of those things we inherited from and the British education system. Two of the subjects which I'll kind of mention are English and geography. Second one, geography. I was asked to go to a school, and I showed some slides about an example of a Ghanaian city. When I finished, I said, "Have you got any questions or comments?" And one lad said, "I didn't realize there was such greenery in Africa." So, which kind of coming from there, I took it for granted. Then I realized that the images they are used to was so different. Now, the second theme too was subject is English. Now, we have a joke in Ghana that you probably hear, some of you have heard it before. The Ghanaian who has passed his O-level in literature in English can describe every blade of grass or heath in Yorkshire because they read Wuthering Heights. In short, if you read a book by a writer from any society, you got a very well, good idea of what that society is like. So I just say pointed to these two subjects as talking about global. They are the two subjects which would be very relevant to an idea of the global citizenship education. And as somebody referenced, a GCE came from UNESCO. Now I was reading a document, and it goes back UNESCO's involvement to the 1974 Paris Declaration. So so I just wrap up by saying that to me, my involvement as as I'm to involve is that for anything people want to do, they need background knowledge. We feel that if people want to get take and well, use Africa as one of the examples, we would be in a position to provide that background knowledge. In 2009, Galway Swimming Pool, she organized a conference which two people came from Leeds University, and they gave a presentation. And it was the title is African Voices, a project they've been doing with schools in Leeds. When the reference was made to student participation, I was wondering perhaps whether we could consider what they do is that they approach postgraduate students from Africa and then talk to them about, will you be willing to go to classrooms to talk about your own country? Obviously, they'll give them training. So I was wondering whether this could be considered as one approach in the terms of the networks, and well, maybe take it on board. I love the idea of dialogue because you are talking to people. I'll hopefully put some thoughts together on this because there's not enough time to send it and then see what feedback I'll get. But all I'll say is that I'm delighted for this invitation, and it would be remiss of me not to also comment on the wonderful lunch we had today. So I think it's about time I shut up now. So thank you very much for the time.
Thank you.
Sorry. By the way, I was involved in with the PIG. As for those of you who are familiar, PIG meant Primary In-Service Group, which was hosted by Koloff, and that went on to die. So just throw that in. So thank you.
Thanks, Adekunle, for that insight. Joanne, Kieran, do you want to seek any more comments from the floor? Do you want to make any closing comments before we close up for the day? Because we're
Sorry,
5 to 4.
I know we have to go soon. Can I ask this by Louise? Can I just ask one question to the remaining people? Option 3 of a messy dialogue-filled paradigmatic shift. Can anyone think of an example? Joanne described it as a grenade throwing or a blow up and start again. Can anyone think of an example of something like that?
I think everything we do is messy. Sorry. I mean, I don't have an answer, Kieran, but I think that all the work in teacher education ends up being messy, responding to opportunities. Look, I certainly, in my experience in the last number of years, it's finding ways to do the thing, like, you know, no more than Joanne wondering, you know, how do I define myself as a teacher educator, maybe. Development education, not something I had any idea about, so began working with people to try and help build something in Maynooth that would fulfill, I suppose, I don't know what I'm trying to say, but actually bring more to students than was currently the case, and that evolves, and it's through the support, I think, of the networks and the ideas that you get from situations like this, and you just build it up, and it's always messy, and it's always dialogic, and it's always, you know, at least my experience is trying to make things go differently, because if you, like in my case, entering into teacher education, having been out of, you know, like having been a HDIP student many, many years ago, and coming into teacher education and thinking, it's not actually any different than when I was a TIP student. Like, what has happened? Like, has nothing happened in the last 20 years?
Yeah.
So, you know, it's kind of thinking, well, something has to change. And I think we all do that, don't we? We all look for ways to bring about change, and no more than Rachel's lovely digital story, like a story that would make in itself be a good digital story of an evolution of an idea that starts off small. And I think that's a perfect paradigmatic shift, actually. So that's one I could think of just from talking off the top of my head here. I think it's what we all do.
I think that's important too, that the grenade doesn't actually have to blow up everything. It doesn't have to be nuclear.
And my answer would have been, and this might be my final comment because it's completely navel gazing, was the Ubuntu network. From when I joined in 2006 or 7 as a postgrad, the Ubuntu network has offered me that inlet. No grenades involved, but dialogue, network, and community. And I think it's those three pieces that actually serve maybe the potential for a paradigmatic shift, and maybe more because that policy infrastructure is now available to us. Navel gazing, I know, but it is my answer.
It's lovely to hear it. It's lovely to think it. I think we've had really good questions here. Your presentation is really challenging, you know, and it's, oh yeah, that's was part of it too, wasn't it? Yeah. It's really challenging, and in some ways it's encouraging, and in more ways it's, you kind of go, God, like, until we change the very bedrock of what we build upon, then can we achieve a paradigm shift? Like, to me, a paradigm shift is everybody wakes up one morning and goes, what are we actually teaching our children? Do you know? And our I suppose our future depends on it. Our planet depends on it. People depend on it. We actually have gotten ourselves into such a state that we're looking at, you know, horrific things to come, and then we just go, economics doesn't work, and we throw it all out, and we go to the 3 operating principles that we start with. We care for people and planet. We're about striving for excellence, and whatever the other one was. We're a community. So, like, I think to achieve a paradigm shift, I think it does need a big grenade, because, like you say, Ollie and Geraldine, we are fighting against the dominant paradigm, which is the economic, competitive society in which we live in. So it's a great question to have, and it's a great question to throw out there. And yeah, Joanne, it's nice to say that Ubuntu in some way is a nugget of trying to think differently, but we are working within a bigger system, which is a challenging one. So, but on a positive note, look at the energy we have, and we're going to build, and we're going to get stronger, and we're going to push it out as much as we can and fight against the dominant wave that we meet every day. I think that's okay. Yeah. Okay. Will I draw this meeting to a close by just thanking everyone for coming today? It's been a long day. It's been a great day. It's super to have everybody back face to face. It is a gathering again, and energizing. I'll work with Shane and Seamus at looking at editing the videos and making them accessible to people. Likewise, the resources and the photographs from today we will get out to you in the next week or so. And safe home, and thanks. And I look forward to seeing you again. Okay, thanks very much. Okay.